Section 10 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 10. A Drama in the Night. At the door of the Krestowski, Rouletabille, who was in a hurry for a conveyance, jumped into an open carriage where La Belle en Auto was already seated. The dancer caught him on her knees. "To Eliaguine, as fast as you can!" cried the reporter for all explanation. "Scan, quickly, quickly!" repeated Onoto. She was accompanied by a vague sort of person to whom neither of them paid the least attention. "What a supper! You waked up at last, did you?" quizzed the actress. But Rouletabille, standing up behind the enormous coachman, urged the horses and directed the route of the carriage. They bolted along through the night at a dizzy pace. At the corner of a bridge he ordered the horses stopped, thanked his companions, and disappeared. What a country, caramba!" said the Spanish artist. The carriage waited a few minutes, then turned back toward the city. Rouletabille got down the embankment and slowly, taking infinite precautions not to reveal his presence by making the least noise, made his way to where the river is widest. Seen through the blackness of the night, the blacker mass of the Trebassof villa loomed like an enormous blot. He stopped. Then he glided like a snake through the reeds, the grass, the ferns. He was at the back of the villa, near the river, not far from the little path where he had discovered the passage of the assassin, thanks to the broken cobwebs. At that moment the moon rose, and the birch trees, which just before had been like great black staffs, now became white tapers which seemed to brighten that sinister solitude. The reporter wished to profit at once by the sudden luminance to learn if his movements had been noticed and if the approaches to the villa on that side were guarded. He picked up a small pebble and threw it some distance from him along the path. At the unexpected noise, 3 or 4 shadowy heads were outlined suddenly in the white light of the moon, but disappeared at once, lost again in the dark tufts of grass. He had gained his information. The reporter's acute ear caught a gliding in his direction, a slight swish of twigs. Then all at once a shadow grew by his side and he felt the cold of a revolver barrel on his temple. He said, "Koupriane," and at once a hand seized his and pressed it. The night had become black again. He murmured, "How is it you are here in person?" The Prefect of Police whispered in his ear, "I have been informed that something will happen to night. Natacha went to Krestowski and exchanged some words with Annouchka there. Prince Galitch is involved, and it is an affair of state." "Natacha has returned?" inquired Rouletabille. "Yes, a long time ago. She ought to be in bed. In any case, she is pretending to be abed. The light from her chamber, in the window over the garden, has been put out." "Have you warned Matrena Petrovna?" "Yes, I have let her know that she must keep on the sharp lookout to night." "That's a mistake. I shouldn't have told her anything. She will take such extra precautions that the others will be instantly warned." "I have told her that she should not go to the ground floor at all this night, and that she must not leave the general's chamber." "That is perfect, if she will obey you." "You see, I have profited by all your information. I have followed your instructions. The road from Krestowski is under surveillance." "Perhaps too much. How are you planning?" "We will let them enter. I don't know whom I have to deal with. I want to strike a sure blow. I shall take him in the act. No more doubt after this. You trust me." "Adieu." "Where are you going?" "To bed. I have paid my debt to my host. I have the right to some repose now. Good luck." But Koupriane had seized his hand. "Listen." With a little attention they detected a light stroke on the water. If a boat was moving at this time for this bank of the Neva and wished to remain hidden, the right moment had certainly been chosen. A great black cloud covered the moon. The wind was light. The boat would have time to get from one bank to the other without being discovered. Rouletabille waited no longer. On all fours he ran like a beast, rapidly and silently, and rose behind the wall of the villa, where he made a turn, reached the gate, aroused the dvornicks, and demanded Ermolai, who opened the gate for him. "The Barinia?" he said. Ermolai pointed his finger to the bedroom floor. "Caracho!" Rouletabille was already across the garden and had hoisted himself by his fingers to the window of Natacha's chamber, where he listened. He plainly heard Natacha walking about in the dark chamber. He fell back lightly onto his feet, mounted the veranda steps and opened the door, then closed it so lightly that Ermolai, who watched him from outside not 2 feet away, did not hear the slightest grinding of the hinges. Inside the villa, Rouletabille advanced on tiptoe. He found the door of the drawing room open. The door of the sitting room had not been closed, or else had been reopened. He turned in his tracks, felt in the dark for a chair, and sat down with his hand on his revolver in his pocket, waiting for the events that would not delay long now. Above he heard distinctly from time to time the movements of Matrena Petrovna, and this would evidently give a sense of security to those who needed to have the ground floor free this night. Rouletabille imagined the doors of the rooms on the ground floor had been left open, so that it would be easier for those who would be below to hear what was happening upstairs. And perhaps he was not wrong. Suddenly there was a vertical bar of pale light from the sitting room that overlooked the Neva. He deduced 2 things. First, that the window was already slightly open, then that the moon was out from the clouds again. The bar of light died almost instantly, but Rouletabille's eyes, now used to the obscurity, still distinguished the open line of the window. There the shade was less deep. Suddenly he felt the blood pound at his temples. For the line of the open window grew larger, increased, and the shadow of a man gradually rose on the balcony. Rouletabille drew his revolver. The man stood up immediately behind one of the shutters and struck a light blow on the glass. Placed as he was now, he could be seen no more. His shadow mixed with the shadow of the shutter. At the noise on the glass, Natacha's door had opened cautiously, and she entered the sitting room. On tiptoe she went quickly to the window and opened it. The man entered. The little light that by now was commencing to dawn was enough to show Rouletabille that Natacha still wore the toilette in which he had seen her that same evening at Krestowsky. As for the man, he tried in vain to identify him. He was only a dark mass wrapped in a mantle. He leaned over and kissed Natacha's hand. She said only one word: "Scan!" quickly. But she had no more than said it before, under a vigorous attack, the shutters and the 2 halves of the window were thrown wide, and silent shadows jumped rapidly onto the balcony and sprang into the villa. Natacha uttered a shrill cry, in which Rouletabille believed still he heard more of despair than terror, and the shadows threw themselves on the man. But he, at the first alarm, had thrown himself upon the carpet and had slipped from them between their legs. He regained the balcony and jumped from it as the others turned toward him. At least, it was so that Rouletabille believed he saw the mysterious struggle go in the half-light, amid most impressive silence, after the frightened cry of Natacha's. The whole affair had lasted only a few seconds, and the man was still hanging over the balcony, when from the bottom of the hall a new person sprang. It was Matrena Petrovna. Warned by Koupriane that something would happen that night, and foreseeing that it would happen on the ground floor, where she was forbidden to be, she had found nothing better to do than to make her faithful maid go secretly to the bedroom floor, with orders to walk about there all night, to make all think she herself was near the general, while she remained below, hidden in the dining room. Matrena Petrovna now threw herself out onto the balcony, crying in Russian, "Shoot! Shoot!" In just that moment the man was hesitating whether to risk the jump and perhaps break his neck, or descend less rapidly by the gutter pipe. A policeman fired and missed him, and the man, after firing back and wounding the policeman, disappeared. It was still too far from dawn for them to see clearly what happened below, where the barking of Brownings alone was heard, and there could be nothing more sinister than the revolver shots, unaccompanied by cries, in the mists of the morning. The man, before he disappeared, had had only time by a quick kick to throw down one of the 2 ladders which had been used by the police in climbing. Down the other one all the police in a bunch, even to the wounded one, went sliding, falling, rising, running after the shadow, which fled still, discharging the Browning steadily. Other shadows rose from the river bank, hovering in the mist. Suddenly Koupriane's voice was heard shouting orders, calling upon his agents to take the quarry alive or dead. From the balcony Matrena Petrovna cried out also, like a savage, and Rouletabille tried in vain to keep her quiet. She was delirious at the thought the other might escape yet. She fired a revolver, she also, into the group, not knowing whom she might wound. Rouletabille grabbed her arm, and as she turned on him angrily, she observed Natacha, who, leaning until she almost fell over the balcony, her lips trembling with delirious utterance, followed as well as she could the progress of the struggle, trying to understand what happened below, under the trees, near the Neva, where the tumult by now extended. Matrena Petrovna pulled her back by the arms. Then she took her by the neck and threw her into the drawing room in a heap. When she had almost strangled her stepdaughter, Matrena Petrovna saw that the general was there. He appeared in the pale glimmerings of dawn like a specter. By what miracle had Feodor Feodorovitch been able to descend the stairs and reach there? How had it been brought about? She saw him tremble with anger or with wretchedness under the folds of the soldier's cape that floated about him. He demanded in a hoarse voice: "What is it?" Matrena Petrovna threw herself at his feet, made the orthodox sign of the cross as if she wished to summon God to witness, and then, pointing to Natacha, she denounced his daughter to her husband as she would have pointed her out to a judge. "The one, Feodor Feodorovitch, who has wished more than once to assassinate you, and who this night has opened the datcha to your assassin, is your daughter." The general held himself up by his two hands against the wall, and, looking at Matrena and Natacha, who were now both on the floor before him like suppliants, he said to Matrena: "It is you who assassinate me?" "Me? By the living God!" babbled Matrena Petrovna desperately. "If I had been able to keep this from you, Jesus would have been good. But I say no more to crucify you. Feodor Feodorovitch, question your daughter, and if what I have said is not true, kill me as a lying evil beast. I will say thank you, and I will die happier than if what I have said is true. Ah, I long to be dead. Kill me." Feodor Feodorovitch pushed her back with his stick as one would push a worm in his path. Without saying anything further, she rose from her knees and looked with her haggard eyes, with her crazed face, at Rouletabille, who grasped her arm. If she had had her hands still free, she would not have hesitated a second in wreaking justice upon herself under this bitter fate of alienating Feodor. And it seemed frightful to Rouletabille that he should be present at one of those horrible family dramas, the issue of which in the wild times of Peter the Great would have sent the general to the hangman either as a father or as a husband. The general did not deign even to consider for any length of time Matrena's delirium. He said to his daughter, who shook with sobs on the floor: "Rise, Natacha Feodorovna." And Feodor's daughter understood that her father never would believe in her guilt. She drew herself up toward him and kissed his hands like a happy slave. At this moment repeated blows shook the veranda door. Matrena, the watchdog, anxious to die after Feodor's reproach, but still at her post, ran toward what she believed to be a new danger. But she recognized Koupriane's voice, which called on her to open. She let him in herself. "What is it?" she implored. "Well, he is dead." A cry answered him. Natacha had heard. "But who? Questioned Matrena breathlessly. Koupriane went over to Feodor and grasped his hands. "General," he said, "there was a man who had sworn your ruin and who was made an instrument by your enemies. We have just killed that man." "Do I know him?" demanded Feodor. "He is one of your friends. You have treated him like a son." "His name?" "Ask your daughter, General." Feodor turned to Natacha, who burned Koupriane with her gaze, trying to learn what this news was he brought, the truth or a ruse. "You know the man who wished to kill me, Natacha?" "No," she replied to her father in accents of perfect fury. "No, I don't know any such man." "Mademoiselle," said Koupriane in a firm, terribly hostile voice, "you have yourself with your own hands opened that window to night, and you have opened it to him many other times besides. While everyone else here does his duty and watches that no person shall be able to enter at night the house where sleeps General Trebassof, governor of Moscow, condemned to death by the Central Revolutionary Committee, now reunited at Presnia, this is what you do. It is you who introduce the enemy into this place. Answer, Natacha. Tell me, yes or no, whether you have let anybody into this house by night." "Father, it is true."
Feodor roared like a lion. "His name!"
"Monsieur will tell you himself," said Natacha in a voice thick with terror, and she pointed to Koupriane. "Why does he not tell you himself the name of that person? He must know it if the man is dead."
"And if the man is not dead," replied Feodor, who visibly held on to himself, "if that man whom you helped to enter my house this night has succeeded in escaping, as you seem to hope, will you tell us his name?"
"I could not tell it, Father."
"And if I prayed you to do so?" Natacha desperately shook her head. "And if I order you?"
"You can kill me, Father, but I will not pronounce that name."
"Wretch!" He raised his stick toward her. Thus Ivan the Terrible had killed his son with a blow of his boar spear.
But Natacha, instead of bowing her head beneath the blow that menaced her, turned toward Koupriane and threw at him in accents of triumph.
"He is not dead. If you had succeeded in taking him dead or alive, you would already have his name."
Koupriane took 2 steps toward her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said: "Michael Nikolaievitch." "Michael Korsakoff!" cried the general. Matrena Petrovna, as if revolted by that suggestion, stood upright to repeat: "Michael Korsakoff!" The general could not believe his ears and was about to protest when he noticed that his daughter had turned away and was trying to flee to her room. He stopped her with a terrible gesture. "Natacha, you are going to tell us what Michael Korsakoff came here to do tonight."
Feodor Feodorovitch, he came to poison you."
It was Matrena who spoke now, and whom nothing could have kept silent, for she saw in Natacha's attempt at flight the most sinister confession. Like a vengeful fury, she told over with cries and terrible gestures what she had experienced, as if once more stretched before her the hand armed with the poison, the mysterious hand above the pillow of her poor invalid, her dear, rigorous tyrant. She told him about the preceding night and all her terrors, and from her lips, by her voluble staccato utterance, that ominous recital had grotesque emphasis. Finally she told all that she had done, she and the little Frenchman, in order not to betray their suspicions to the other, in order to take finally in their own trap all those who for so many days and nights schemed for the death of Feodor Feodorovitch. As she ended she pointed out Rouletabille to Feodor and cried: "There is the one who has saved you!" Natacha, as she listened to this tragic recital, restrained herself several times in order not to interrupt, and Rouletabille, who was watching her closely, saw that she had to use almost superhuman efforts in order to achieve that. All the horror of what seemed to be to her, as well as Feodor, a revelation of Michael's crime did not subdue her, but seemed, on the contrary, to restore to her in full force all the life that a few seconds earlier had fled from her. Matrena had hardly finished her cry, "There is the one who has saved you," before Natacha cried in her turn, facing the reporter with a look full of the most frightful hate:
"This is the one who has been the death of an innocent man." She turned to her father. "Ah, Papa, let me say that Michael Nikolaievitch, who came here this evening, I admit, and whom, it is true, I let into the house, that Michael Nikolaievitch did not come here yesterday, and that the man who has tried to poison you is certainly someone else." At these words Rouletabille turned pale, but he did not let himself lose self-control. He replied simply: "No, mademoiselle, it was the same man." And Koupriane felt compelled to add: "Anyway, we have found the proof of Michael Nikolaievitch's relations with the revolutionaries." "Where have you found that?" questioned the young girl, turning toward the Chief of Police a face ravished with anguish.
"At Krestowsky, mademoiselle." She looked a long time at him, as though she would penetrate to the bottom of his thoughts.
"What proofs?" she implored.
"A correspondence which we have placed under seal."
"Was it addressed to him? What kind of correspondence?"
"If it interests you, we will open it before you."
My God," she gasped. "Where have you found this correspondence? Where? Tell me where."
"I will tell you. At the villa, in his chamber. We forced the lock of his bureau." She seemed to breathe again, but her father took her brutally by the arm. "Come, Natacha, you are going to tell us what that man was doing here tonight."
In her chamber!"
cried Matrena Petrovna. Natacha turned toward Matrena.
"What do you believe, then? Tell me now."
"And I? What ought I to believe?" muttered Feodor. "You have not told me yet. You did not know that man had relations with my enemies. You are innocent of that, perhaps. I wish to think so. I wish it, in the name of heaven I wish it. But why did you receive him? Why? Why did you bring him in here as a robber or as a..."
"Oh, Papa, you know that I love Boris, that I love him with all my heart, and that I would never belong to anyone but him."
Then speak!" The young girl had reached the crisis.
"Ah, Father, do not question me. You above all, do not question me now. I can say nothing. There is nothing I can tell you, excepting that I am sure you understand that Michael Nikolaievitch did not come here last night."
"He did come," insisted Rouletabille in a slightly troubled voice.
"He came here with poison. He came here to poison your father, Natacha," moaned Matrena Petrovna, who twined her hands in gestures of sincere and naive tragedy.
"And I,"
replied the daughter of Feodor ardently, with an accent of conviction which made everyone there vibrate, and particularly Rouletabille,
"and I tell you that it was not he, that it could not possibly be he. I swear to you it was another."
"But then this other, did you let him in as well?" said Koupriane.
Ah, yes, yes, it was I. It was I. It was I who left the window and blinds open. Yes, it was I who did that. But I did not wait for the other who came to assassinate. As to Michael Nikolaievitch, I swear to you, my father, by all that is most sacred in heaven and on earth, that he could not have committed the crime that you say. And now kill me, for there's nothing more I can say."
"The poison," replied Koupriane coldly. "The poison that he poured into the general's potions was that arsenate of soda which was on the grapes that the marshal of the court brought here. Those grapes were left by the marshal, who warned Michael Nikolaievitch and Boris Alexandrovitch to wash them. The grapes disappeared. If Michael is innocent, do you accuse Boris?" Natacha, who seemed to have suddenly lost all power for defending herself, moaned, begged, railed, seemed dying.
"No, no, don't accuse Boris. He has nothing to do with it. Don't accuse Michael. Don't accuse anyone so long as you don't know. But these two are innocent. Believe me, believe me. Ah, how shall I say it? How shall I persuade you? I am not able to say anything to you, and you have killed Michael. Ah, what have you done? What have you done?"
"We have suppressed a man," said the icy voice of Koupriane, "who was merely the agent for the base deeds of nihilism." She succeeded in recovering a new energy that in her depths of despair they would have supposed impossible. She shook her fists at Koupriane.
"It is not true. It is not true. These are slanders, infamies, the inventions of the police. Papers devised to incriminate him. There is nothing at all of what you said you found at his house. It is not possible. It is not true."
"Where are those papers?" demanded the curt voice of Feodor. "Bring them here at once, Koupriane. I wish to see them." Koupriane was slightly troubled, and this did not escape Natacha, who cried:
"Yes, yes, let him give us them. Let him bring them if he has them. But he hasn't," she clamored with a savage joy. "He has nothing. You can see, Papa, that he has nothing. He would already have brought them out. He has nothing. I tell you he has nothing. Ah, he has nothing. He has nothing." And she threw herself on the floor, weeping, sobbing. "He has nothing. He has nothing." She seemed to weep for joy.
"Is that true?" demanded Feodor Feodorovitch with his most somber manner. "Is it true, Koupriane, that you have nothing?" "It is true, General, that we have found nothing. Everything had already been carried away."
But Natacha uttered a veritable torrent of glee. "He has nothing, yet he accuses him of being allied with the revolutionaries. Why? Why? Because I let him in? But am I a revolutionary? Tell me, have I sworn to kill Papa? I? Ah, he doesn't know what to say. You see for yourself, Papa, he is silent. He has lied. He has lied."
"Why have you made this false statement, Koupriane?" "Oh, we have suspected Michael for some time, and truly, after what has just happened, we cannot have any doubt." "Yes, but you declared that you had papers, and you have not. That is abominable procedure, Koupriane," replied Feodor sternly. "I have heard you condemn such expedients many times. General, we are sure you hear, we are absolutely sure that the man who tried to poison you yesterday and the man today who is dead are one and the same." "And what reason have you for being so sure? It is necessary to tell it," insisted the general, who trembled with distress and impatience.
"Yes, let him tell now."
"Ask monsieur," asked Koupriane. They all turned to Rouletabille. The reporter replied, affecting a coolness that perhaps he did not entirely feel: "I am able to state to you, as I already have before Monsieur le Prefect of Police, that one, and only one person has left the traces of his various climbings on the wall and on the balcony."
"Idiot!" interrupted Natacha with a passionate disdain for the young man. "And that satisfies you?"
The general roughly seized the reporter's wrist. "Listen to me, monsieur. A man came here this night. That concerns only me. No one has any right to be astonished excepting myself. I make it my own affair, an affair between my daughter and me. But you have just told us that you are sure that man is an assassin. Then, you see, that calls for something else. Proofs are necessary, and I want proofs at once. You speak of traces. Very well, we will go and examine those traces together. And I wish for your sake, monsieur, that I shall be as convinced by them as you are."
Rouletabille quietly disengaged his wrist and replied with perfect calm: "Now, monsieur, I am no longer able to prove anything to you."
"Why?"
"Because the ladders of the police agents have wiped out all my proofs, monsieur."
"So now there remains for us only your word, only your belief in yourself. And if you are mistaken?"
"He would never admit it, Papa," cried Natacha. "Ah, it is he who deserves the fate Michael Nikolaievitch has met just now. Isn't it so? Don't you know it? And that will be your eternal remorse. Isn't there something that always keeps you from admitting that you are mistaken? You have had an innocent man killed. Now you know well enough, you know well that I would not have admitted Michael Nikolaievitch here if I had believed he was capable of wishing to poison my father."
"Mademoiselle," replied Rouletabille, not lowering his eyes under Natacha's thunderous regard, "I am sure of that." He said it in such a tone that Natacha continued to look at him with incomprehensible anguish in her eyes. Ah, the baffling of those two regards, the mute scene between those two young people, one of whom wished to make himself understood, and the other afraid beyond all other things of being thoroughly understood. Natacha murmured:
"How he looks at me! See, he is the demon. Yes, yes, the little domovoi, the little domovoi. But look out, poor wretch, you don't know what you have done."
She turned brusquely towards Koupriane.
"Where is the body of Michael Nikolaievitch?" said she. "I wish to see it. I must see it."
Feodor Feodorovitch had fallen as though asleep upon a chair. Matrena Petrovna dared not approach him. The giant appeared hurt to the death, disheartened forever. What neither bombs nor bullets nor poison had been able to do, the single idea of his daughter's cooperation in the work of horror plotted about him, or, rather, the impossibility he faced of understanding Natacha's attitude, her mysterious conduct, the chaos of her explanations, her insensate cries, her protestations of innocence, her accusations, her menaces, her prayers and all her disorder, the avowed fact of her share in that tragic nocturnal adventure where Michael Nikolaievitch found his death, had knocked over Feodor Feodorovitch like a straw. One instant he sought refuge in some vague hope that Koupriane was less assured than he pretended of the orderly's guilt, but that, after all, was only a detail of no importance in his eyes. What alone mattered was the significance of Natacha's act, and the unhappy girl seemed not to be concerned over what he would think of it. She was there to fight against Koupriane, Rouletabille and Matrena Petrovna defending her Michael Nikolaievitch, while he, the father, after having failed to overawe her just now, was there in a corner suffering agonizedly. Koupriane walked over to him and said: "Listen to me carefully, Feodor Feodorovitch. He who speaks to you is head of the police by the will of the Tsar and your friend by the grace of God. If you do not demand before us, who are acquainted with all that has happened and who know how to keep any necessary secret, if you do not demand of your daughter the reason for her conduct with Michael Nikolaievitch, and if she does not tell you in all sincerity, there is nothing more for me to do here. My men have already been ordered away from this house as unworthy to guard the most loyal subject of His Majesty. I have not protested, but now I in my turn ask you to prove to me that the most dangerous enemy you have had in your house is not your daughter." These words, which summed up the horrible situation, came as a relief to Feodor. Yes, they must know. Koupriane was right. She must speak. He ordered his daughter to tell everything, everything. Natacha fixed Koupriane again with her look of hatred to the death, turned from him and repeated in a firm voice: "I have nothing to say." "There is the accomplice of your assassins," growled Koupriane then, his arm extended. Natacha uttered a cry like a wounded beast and fell at her father's feet. She gathered them within her supplicating arms. She pressed them to her breasts. She sobbed from the bottom of her heart, and he, not comprehending, let her lie there, distant, hostile, somber. Then she moaned distractedly and wept bitterly, and the dramatic atmosphere in which she thus suddenly enveloped Feodor made it all sound like those cries of an earlier time when the all-powerful, punishing father appeared in the women's apartments to punish the culpable ones.
"My father, dear father, look at me, look at me. Have pity on me, and do not require me to speak when I must be silent forever. And believe me, do not believe these men. Do not believe Matrena Petrovna. Am I not your daughter, your very own daughter, your Natacha Feodorovna? I cannot make things clear to you. No, no, by the Holy Virgin Mother of Jesus, I cannot explain. By the holy ikons, it is because I must not. By my mother, whom I have not known and whose place you have taken, oh, my father, ask me nothing more. Ask me nothing more, but take me in your arms as you did when I was little. Embrace me, dear father. Love me. I never have had such need to be loved. Love me. I am miserable. Unfortunate me, who cannot even kill myself before your eyes to prove my innocence and my love. Papa, papa, what will your arms be for in the days left you to live, if you no longer wish to press me to your heart? Papa, papa."
She laid her head on Feodor's knees. Her hair had come down and hung about her in a magnificent, disorderly mass of black.
"Look in my eyes, look in my eyes. See how they love you. Batouchka, Batouchka, my dear Batouchka."
Then Feodor wept. His great tears fell upon Natacha's tears. He raised her head and demanded simply in a broken voice: You can tell me nothing now? But when will you tell me?"
Natacha lifted her eyes to his, then her look went past him toward heaven, and from her lips came just one word in a sob: "Never." Matrena Petrovna, Koupriane, and the reporter shuddered before the high and terrible thing that happened then. Feodor had taken his daughter's face between his hands. He looked long at those eyes, raised toward heaven, the mouth which had just uttered the word "never," then slowly his rude lips went to the tortured, quivering lips of the girl. He held her close. She raised her head wildly, triumphantly, and cried with arm extended toward Matrena Petrovna: "He believes me! He believes me! And you would have believed me also if you had been my real mother." Her head fell back and she dropped unconscious to the floor. Feodor fell to his knees, tending her, deploring her, motioning the others out of the room. "Go away, all of you! All! You too, Matrena Petrovna! Go away!" They disappeared, terrified by his savage gesture. In the little datcha across the river at Krestowski there was a body. Secret Service agents guarded it while they waited for their chief. Michael Leclevitch had come there to die, and the police had reached him just at his last breath. They were behind him as, with the death rattle in his throat, he pulled himself into his chamber and fell in a heap. Katharina the Bohemian was there. She bent her quick-witted, puzzled head over his death agony. The police swarmed everywhere, ransacking, forcing locks, pulling drawers from the bureau and tables, emptying the cupboards. Their search took in everything, even to ripping the mattresses and not respecting the rooms of Boris Mourazoff, who was away this night. They searched thoroughly, but they found absolutely nothing they were looking for in Michael's rooms. But they accumulated a multitude of publications that belonged to Boris: Western books, essays on political economy, a history of the French Revolution, and verses that a man ought to hang for. They put them all under seal. During the search Michael died in Katharina's arms. She had held him close after opening his clothes over the chest, doubtless to make his last breaths easier. The unfortunate officer had received a bullet at the back of the head just after he had plunged into the Neva from the rear of the Trebasov datcha and started to swim across. It was a miracle that he had managed to keep going. Doubtless he hoped to die in peace if only he could reach his own house. He apparently had believed he could manage that once he had broken through his human bloodhounds. He did not know he was recognized and his place of retreat therefore known. Now the police had gone from cellar to garret. Koupriane came from the Trebasov villa and joined them. Rouletabille followed him. The reporter could not stand the sight of that body, that still had a lingering warmth, of the great open eyes that seemed to stare at him, reproaching him for his violent death. He turned away in distaste and perhaps a little in fright. Koupriane caught the movement. "Regrets?" he queried. "Yes," said Rouletabille. "A death always must be regretted. None the less, he was a criminal. But I'm sincerely sorry he died before he had been driven to confess, even though we are sure of it." "Being in the pay of the Nihilists, you mean? That is still your opinion?" asked Koupriane. "Yes." "You know that nothing has been found here in his rooms. The only compromising papers that have been found belong to Boris Mourazoff." "Why do you say that?" "Oh, nothing." Koupriane questioned his men further. They replied categorically: no, nothing had been found that directly incriminated anybody, and suddenly Rouletabille noted that the conversation of the police and their chief had grown more animated. Koupriane had become angry and was violently reproaching them. They excused themselves with vivid gesture and rapid speech. Koupriane started away. Rouletabille followed him. What had happened? As he came up behind Koupriane, he asked the question. In a few curt words, still hurrying on, Koupriane told the reporter he had just learned that the police had left the little Bohemian Katharina alone for a moment with the expiring officer. Katharina acted as housekeeper for Michael and Boris. She knew the secrets of them both. The first thing any novice should have known was to keep a constant eye upon her, and now no one knew where she was. She must be searched for and found at once, for she had opened Michael's shirt, and therein probably lay the reason that no papers were found on the corpse when the police searched it. The absence of papers, of a portfolio, was not natural. The chase commenced in the rosy dawn of the Isles. Already blood-like tints were on the horizon. Some of the police cried that they had the trail. They ran under the trees because it was almost certain she had taken the narrow path leading to the bridge that joins Krestowski to Kameny Ostrow. Some indications discovered by the police who swarmed to right and left of the path confirmed this hypothesis. And no carriage in sight. They all ran on, Koupriane among the first. Rouletabille kept at his heels, but he did not pass him.
Suddenly there were cries and calls among the police. One pointed out something below, gliding upon the sloping descent. It was little Katharina. She flew like the wind, but in a distracted course. She had reached Kameny Ostro on the west bank. "Oh, for a carriage horse!" clamored Koupriane, who had left his turnout at Eliaguine. "The proof is there. It is the final proof of everything that is escaping us." Dawn was enough advanced now to show the ground clearly. Katharina was easily discernible as she reached the Eliaguine bridge. There she was in Eliaguine Ostrau. What was she doing there? Was she going to the Trebassof villa? What would she have to say to them? No, she swerved to the right. The police raced behind her. She was still far ahead and seemed untiring. Then she disappeared among the trees, in the thicket, keeping still to the right. Koupriane gave a cry of joy. Going that way she must be taken. He gave some breathless orders for the island to be barred. She could not escape now. She could not escape. But where was she going? Koupriane knew that island better than anybody. He took a short cut to reach the other side, toward which Katharina seemed to be heading. And all at once he nearly fell over the girl, who gave a squawk of surprise and rushed away, seeming all arms and legs. "Stop or I fire!" cried Koupriane, and he drew his revolver. But a hand grabbed it from him. "Not that," said Rouletabille, as he threw the revolver far from them. Koupriane swore at him and resumed the chase. His fury multiplied his strength, his agility. He almost reached Katharina, who was almost out of breath, but Rouletabille threw himself into the chief's arms and they rolled together upon the grass. When Koupriane rose, it was to see Katharina mounting in mad haste the stairs that led to the Barque, the floating restaurant of the Strailka. Cursing Rouletabille, but believing his prey easily captured now, the chief in his turn hurried to the Barque, into which Katharina had disappeared. He reached the bottom of the stairs. On the top step, about to descend from the festive place, the form of Prince Galitch appeared. Koupriane received the sight like a blow, stopping him short in his ascent. Galitch had an exultant air which Koupriane did not mistake. Evidently he had arrived too late. He felt the certainty of it in profound discouragement. And this appearance of the prince on the Barque explained convincingly enough the reason for Katharina's flight there. If the Bohemian had filched the papers or the portfolio from the dead, it was the prince now who had them in his pocket. Koupriane, as he saw the police about to pass him, trembled. The prince saluted him and ironically amused himself by inquiring: "Well, well, how do you do, my dear Monsieur Koupriane? Your Excellency has risen in good time this morning, it seems to me, or else it is I who start for bed too late." "Prince," said Koupriane, "my men are in pursuit of a little Bohemian named Katharina, well known in the restaurants where she sings. We have seen her go into the Barque. Have you met her by any chance?" "Good Lord, Monsieur Koupriane, I am not the concierge of the Barque, and I have not noticed anything at all, and nobody. Besides, I am naturally a little sleepy. Pardon me." "Prince, it is not possible that you have not seen Katharina." "Oh, Monsieur the Prefect of Police, if I had seen her I would not tell you about it, since you are pursuing her. Do you take me for one of your bloodhounds? They say that you have them in all classes, but I insist that I haven't enlisted yet. You have made a mistake, Monsieur Koupriane." The prince saluted again, but Koupriane still stood in his way. "Prince, consider that this matter is very serious. Michael Nikolaievitch, General Trebassof's orderly, is dead, and this little girl has stolen his papers from his body. All persons who have spoken with Katharina will be under suspicion. This is an affair of state, monsieur, which may reach very far. Can you swear to me that you have not seen, that you have not spoken with Katharina?" The prince looked at Koupriane so insolently that the Prefect turned pale with rage. Ah, if he were able, if he only dared, but such men as this were beyond him. Galitch walked past him without a word of answer and ordered the schwitzar to call him a carriage. "Very well," said Koupriane. "I will make my report to the Tsar." Galitch turned. He was as pale as Koupriane. "In that case, monsieur," said he, "don't forget to add that I am His Majesty's most humble servant." The carriage drew up. The prince stepped in. Koupriane watched him roll away, raging at heart and with his fists doubled. Just then his men came up. "Go search," he said roughly, pointing into the Barque. They scattered through the establishment, entering all the rooms. Cries of irritation and of protest arose. Those lingering after the latest of late suppers were not pleased at this invasion of the police. Everybody had to rise while the police looked under the tables, the benches, the long tablecloths. They went into the pantries and down into the hold. No sign of Katharina. Suddenly Koupriane, who leaned against the netting and looked vaguely out upon the horizon, waiting for the outcome of the search, got a start. Yonder, far away on the other side of the river, between a little wood and the Staria Derevnia, a light boat drew to the shore and a little black spot jumped from it like a flea. Koupriane recognized the little black spot as Katharina. She was safe. Now he could not reach her. It would be useless to search the maze of the Bohemian quarter where her country people lived in full control, with customs and privileges that had never been infringed. The entire Bohemian population of the capital would have risen against him. It was Prince Galitch who had made him fail. One of his men came to him. "No luck," said he. "We have not found Katharina, but she has been here nevertheless. She met Prince Galitch for just a minute and gave him something, then went over the other side into a canoe." "Very well," and the Prefect shrugged his shoulders. "I was sure of it." He felt more and more exasperated. He went down along the river edge and the first person he saw was Rouletabille, who waited for him without any impatience, seated philosophically on a bench. "I was looking for you," cried the Prefect. "We have failed. By your fault. If you had not thrown yourself into my arms..." "I did it on purpose," declared the reporter. "What? What is that you say? You did it on purpose?" Koupriane choked with rage. "Your Excellency," said Rouletabille, taking him by the arm, "calm yourself. They are watching us. Come along and have a cup of tea at Cubat's place. Easy now, as though we were out for a walk." "Will you explain to me?" "No, no, Your Excellency. Remember that I have promised you General Trebassof's life in exchange for your prisoners. Very well, by throwing myself into your arms and keeping you from reaching Katharina, I saved the general's life. It is very simple." "Are you laughing at me? Do you think you can mock me?" But the Prefect saw quickly that Rouletabille was not fooling and had no mockery in his manner. "Monsieur," he insisted, "since you speak seriously, I certainly wish to understand." "It is useless," said Rouletabille. "It is very necessary that you should not understand." "But at least..." "No, no, I can't tell you anything." "Well, then, will you tell me something to explain your unbelievable conduct?" Rouletabille stopped in his tracks and declared solemnly: "Monsieur Koupriane, recall that Natacha Feodorovna, as she raised her lovely eyes to heaven, replied to her father, when he also wished to understand, 'Never.'" End of Chapter 10. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 11 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 11. The Poison Continues. At 10 o'clock that morning, Rouletabille went to the Trebassov villa, which had its guard of secret agents again, a double guard, because Koupriane was sure the Nihilists would not delay in avenging Michael's death. Rouletabille was met by Ermolai, who would not allow him to enter. The faithful servant uttered some explanation in Russian, which the young man did not understand, or, rather, Rouletabille understood perfectly from his manner that henceforth the door of the villa was closed to him. In vain he insisted on seeing the general, Matrena Petrovna, and Mademoiselle Natacha. Ermolai made no reply but "Niet, niet, niet." The reporter turned away without having seen anyone, and walked away deeply depressed. He went afoot clear into the city, a long promenade during which his brain surged with the darkest forebodings. As he passed by the Department of Police, he resolved to see Koupriane again. He went in, gave his name, and was ushered at once to the Chief of Police, whom he found bent over a long report that he was reading through with noticeable agitation. "Gounsovski has sent me this," he said in a rough voice, pointing to the report. "Gounsovski, to do me a service, desires me to know that he is fully aware of all that happened at the Trebassov dacha last night. He warns me that the revolutionaries have decided to get through with the general at once, and that 2 of them have been given the mission to enter the dacha in any way possible. They will have bombs upon their bodies and will blow the bombs and themselves up together as soon as they are beside the general. Who are the two victims designated for this horrible vengeance, and who have light-heartedly accepted such a death for themselves as well as for the general? That is what we don't know. That is what we would have known, perhaps, if you had not prevented me from seizing the papers that Prince Galitch has now." Koupriane finished, turning hostilely toward Rouletabille. Rouletabille had turned pale. "Don't regret what happened to the papers," he said. "It is I who tell you not to. But what you say does not surprise me. They must believe that Natacha has betrayed them." "Ah, then you admit at last that she really is their accomplice?" "I haven't said that, and I don't admit it. But I know what I mean, and you can't. Only know this one thing, that at the present moment I am the only person able to save you in this horrible situation. To do that I must see Natacha at once. Make her understand this, while I wait at my hotel for word. I'll not leave it." Rouletabille saluted Koupriane and went out. 2 days passed, during which Rouletabille did not receive any word from either Natacha or Koupriane, and tried in vain to see them. He made a trip for a few hours to Finland, going as far as Pergalovo, an isolated town said to be frequented by the revolutionaries, then returned, much disturbed, to his hotel, after having written a last letter to Natacha imploring an interview. The minutes passed very slowly for him in the hotel's vestibule, where he had seemed to have taken up a definite residence. Installed on a bench, he seemed to have become part of the hotel staff, and more than one traveler took him for an interpreter. Others thought he was an agent of the secret police appointed to study the faces of those arriving and departing. What was he waiting for, then? Was it for Annouchka to return for a luncheon or dinner in that place that she sometimes frequented? And did he at the same time keep watch upon Annouchka's apartments just across the way? If that was so, he could only bewail his luck, for Annouchka did not appear either at her apartments or the hotel, or at the Krestowsky establishment, which had been obliged to suppress her performance. Rouletabille naturally thought, in the latter connection, that some vengeance by Gounsovski lay back of this, since the head of the secret police could hardly forget the way he had been treated. The reporter could see already the poor singer, in spite of all her safeguards in the favor of the imperial family, on the road to the Siberian steppes or the dungeons of Schlüsselburg. "My, what a country!" he murmured. But his thoughts soon quit Annouchka and returned to the object of his main preoccupation. He waited for only one thing, and for that as soon as possible, to have a private interview with Natacha. He had written her 10 letters in 2 days, but they all remained unanswered. It was an answer that he waited for so patiently in the vestibule of the hotel, so patiently but so nervously, so feverishly. When the postman entered, poor Rouletabille's heart beat rapidly. On that answer he waited for depended the formidable part he meant to play before quitting Russia. He had accomplished nothing up to now, unless he could play his part in this later development. But the letter did not come. The postman left, and the schwitzar, after examining all the mail, made him a negative sign. Ah, the servants who entered, and the errand boys, how he looked at them! But they never came to him. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the evening of the second day, a man in a frock coat with a false astrakhan collar came in and handed the concierge a letter for Joseph Rouletabille. The reporter jumped up. Before the man was out the door, he had torn open the letter and read it. The letter was not from Natacha, it was from Gounsovski. This is what it said: "My dear Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille, if it will not inconvenience you, I wish you would come and dine with me today. I will look for you within 2 hours. Madame Gounsovski will be pleased to make your acquaintance. Believe me, your devoted Gounsovski." Rouletabille considered and decided. "I will go. He ought to have wind of what is being plotted, and as for me, I don't know where Annouchka has gone. I have more to learn from him than he has from me. Besides, as Athanase Georgevitch said, one may regret not accepting the head of the Okrana's pleasant invitation." From 6 o'clock to 7 he still waited vainly for Natacha's response. At 7 o'clock he decided to dress for the dinner. Just as he rose, a messenger arrived. There was still another letter for Joseph Rouletabille. This time it was from Natacha, who wrote him: "General Trebassof and my stepmother will be very happy to have you come to dinner today. As for myself, monsieur, you will pardon me the order which has closed to you for a number of days a dwelling where you have rendered services which I shall not forget all my life." The letter ended with a vague, polite formula. With the letter in his hand, the reporter sat in thought. He seemed to be asking himself, "Is it fish or flesh?" Was it a letter of thanks or of menace? That was what he could not decide. Well, he would soon know, for he had decided to accept the invitation. Anything that brought him and Natacha into communication at the moment was a thing of capital importance to him. Half an hour later he gave the address of the villa to an ishvotchik, and soon he stepped out before the gate where Ermolai seemed to be waiting for him. Rouletabille was so occupied by thought of the conversation he was going to have with Natacha that he had completely forgotten the excellent Monsieur Gounsovski and his invitation. The reporter found Koupriane's agents making a close-linked chain around the grounds and each watching the other. Matrena had not wished any agent to be in the house. He showed Koupriane's pass and entered. Ermolai ushered Rouletabille in with shining face. He seemed glad to have him there again. He bowed low before him and uttered many compliments, of which the reporter did not understand a word. Rouletabille passed on, entered the garden, and saw Matrena Petrovna there walking with her stepdaughter. They seemed on the best of terms with each other. The grounds wore an air of tranquillity, and the residents seemed to have totally forgotten the somber tragedy of the other night. Matrena and Natacha came smilingly up to the young man, who inquired after the general. They both turned and pointed out Feodor Feodorovitch, who waved to him from the height of the kiosk, where it seemed the table had been spread. They were going to dine out of doors this fine night. "Everything goes very well indeed, dear little domovoi," said Matrena. "How glad it is to see you, and thank you. If you only knew how I suffered in your absence, I who know how unjust my daughter was to you. But dear Natacha knows now what she owes you. She doesn't doubt your word now, nor your clear intelligence, little angel. Michael Nikolaievitch was a monster, and he was punished as he deserved. You know the police have proof now that he was one of the Central Revolutionary Committee's most dangerous agents. And he, an officer. Whom can we trust now?"
"And Monsieur Boris Mourazoff, have you seen him since?" inquired Rouletabille.
"Boris called to see us today, to say good bye, but we did not receive him under the orders of the police. Natacha has written to tell him of Koupriane's orders. We have received letters from him. He is quitting St. Petersburg." "What for?" "Well, after the frightful bloody scene in his little house, when he learned how Michael Nikolaievitch had found his death, and after he himself had undergone a severe grilling from the police, and when he learned the police had sacked his library and gone through his papers, he resigned, and has resolved to live from now on out in the country, without seeing anyone, like the philosopher and poet he is. So far as I am concerned, I think he is doing absolutely right. When a young man is a poet, it is useless to live like a soldier. Someone has said that, I don't know the name now, and when one has ideas that may upset other people, surely they ought to live in solitude." Rouletabille looked at Natacha, who was as pale as her white gown, and who added no word to her mother's outburst. They had drawn near the kiosk. Rouletabille saluted the general, who called to him to come up, and, when the young man extended his hand, he drew him abruptly nearer and embraced him. To show Rouletabille how active he was getting again, Feodor Feodorovitch marched up and down the kiosk with only the aid of a stick. He went and came with a sort of wild, furious gaiety. "They haven't got me yet, the dogs. They haven't got me. And one," he was thinking of Michael, "who saw me every day was here just for that. Very well. I ask you where he is now. And yet here I am. An attack. I'm always here. But with a good eye, and I begin to have a good leg. We shall see. Why, I recollect how, when I was at Tiflis, there was an insurrection in the Caucasus. We fought. Several times I could feel the swish of bullets past my hair. My comrades fell around me like flies. But nothing happened to me, not a thing. And here now. They will not get me. They will not get me. You know how they plan to come to me, as living bombs. Yes, they have decided on that. I can't press a friend's hand any more without the fear of seeing him explode. What do you think of that? But they won't tell me. Come, drink my health. A small glass of vodka for an appetizer. You see, young man, we are going to have zakouskis here. What a marvelous panorama. You can see everything from here. If the enemy comes," he added with a singular loud laugh, "we can't fail to detect them." Certainly the kiosk did rise high above the garden and was completely detached, no wall being near. They had a clear view. No branches of trees hung over the roof, and no tree hid the view. The rustic table of rough wood was covered with a sort of cloth and was spread with zakouskis. It was a meal under the open sky, a seat and a glass in the clear azure. The evening could not have been softer and clearer. And, as the general felt so gay, the repast would have promised to be most agreeable if Rouletabille had not noticed that Matrena Petrovna and Natacha were uneasy and downcast. The reporters soon saw, too, that all the general's joviality was a little excessive. Any one would have said that Feodor Feodorovitch spoke to distract himself, to keep himself from thinking. There was sufficient excuse for him after the outrageous drama of the other night. Rouletabille noticed further that the general never looked at his daughter, even when he spoke to her. There was too formidable a mystery lying between them for restraint not to increase day by day. Rouletabille involuntarily shook his head, saddened by all he saw. His movement was surprised by Matrena Petrovna, who pressed his hand in silence. "Well, now," said the general. "Well, now, my children, where is the vodka?" Among all the bottles which graced the table, the general looked in vain for his flask of vodka. How in the world could he dine if he did not prepare for that important act by the rapid absorption of 2 or 3 little glasses of white wine, between 2 or 3 sandwiches of caviar? "Ermolai must have left it in the wine chest," said Matrena. The wine closet was in the dining room. She rose to go there, but Natacha hurried before her down the little flight of steps, crying, "Stay there, Mamma. I will go." "Don't you bother either. I know where it is," cried Rouletabille, and hurried after Natacha. She did not stop. The 2 young people arrived in the dining room at the same time. They were there alone, as Rouletabille had foreseen. He stopped Natacha and planted himself in front of her. "Why, mademoiselle, did you not answer me earlier?" "Because I don't wish to have any conversation with you." "If that was so, you would not have come here, where you were sure I would follow." She hesitated with an emotion that would have been incomprehensible to all others, perhaps, but was not to Rouletabille. "Well, yes, I wish to say this to you. Don't write to me any more. Don't speak to me. Don't see me. Go away from here, monsieur, go away. They will have your life. And if you have found out anything, forget it. Ah, on the head of your mother, forget it, or you are lost. That is what I wish to tell you. And now, you go." She grasped his hand in a quick, sympathetic movement that she seemed instantly to regret. "You go away," she repeated. Rouletabille still held his place before her. She turned from him. She did not wish to hear anything further. "Mademoiselle," said he, "you are watched closer than ever. Who will take Michael Nikolaievitch's place?" "Madman, be silent. Hush." "I am here." He said this with such simple bravery that tears sprang to her eyes. "Dear man, poor man, dear brave man." She did not know what to say. Her emotion checked all utterance, but it was necessary for her to enable him to understand that there was nothing he could do to help her in her sad straits. "No, if they knew what you had just said, what you have proposed now, you would be dead tomorrow. Don't let them suspect. And above all, don't try to see me any more. Go back to papa at once. We have been here too long. What if they learn of it? And they learn everything. They are everywhere and have ears everywhere." "Mademoiselle, just one word more, a single word. Do you doubt now that Michael tried to poison your father?" "Ah, I wish to believe it. I wish to believe it for your sake, my poor boy." Rouletabille desired something besides "I wish to believe it for your sake, poor boy." He was far from being satisfied. She saw him turn pale. She tried to reassure him while her trembling hands raised the lid of the wine chest. "What makes me think you are right is that I have decided myself that only one and the same person, as you said, climbed to the window of the little balcony. Yes, no one can doubt that. And you have reasoned well." But he persisted still. "And yet, in spite of that, you were not entirely sure, since you say, 'I wish to believe it, my poor boy.'" "Monsieur Rouletabille, someone might have tried to poison my father and not have come by way of the window." "No, that is impossible." "Nothing is impossible to them." And she turned her head away again. Why?" she said, with her voice entirely changed and quite indifferent, as if she wished to be merely the daughter of the house in conversation with the young man. "The vodka is not in the wine chest, after all. What has Ermolai done with it, then?" She ran over to the buffet and found the flask. "Oh, here it is. Papa shan't be without it, after all." Rouletabille was already into the garden again. "If that is the only doubt she has," he said to himself, "I can reassure her.
No one could come excepting by the window, and only one came that way. The young girl had rejoined him, bringing the flask. They crossed the garden together to the general, who was whiling away the time as he waited for his vodka, explaining to Matrena Petrovna the nature of the Constitution. He had spilt a box of matches on the table and arranged them carefully. "Here," he cried to Natacha and Rouletabille, "come here and I will explain to you as well what this Constitution amounts to." The young people leaned over his demonstration curiously, and all eyes in the kiosk were intent on the matches. "You see that match?" said Feodor Feodorovitch. "It is the Emperor. And this other match is the Empress. This one is the Tsarevitch. And that one is the Grand Duke Alexander, and these are the other Grand Dukes. Now here are the ministers, and there the principal governors, and then the generals. These here are the bishops." The whole box of matches was used up, and each match was in its place, as is the way in an empire where proper etiquette prevails in government and the social order. "Well," continued the general, "do you want to know, Matrena Petrovna, what a constitution is? There, that is the constitution." The general, with a swoop of his hand, mixed all the matches. Rouletabille laughed, but the good Matrena said, "I don't understand, Feodor." "Find the Emperor now." Then Matrena understood. She laughed heartily. She laughed violently, and Natacha laughed also. Delighted with his success, Feodor Feodorovitch took up one of the little glasses that Natacha had filled with the vodka she brought. "Listen, my children," said he. "We are going to commence the zakouskis. Koupriane ought to have been here before this." Saying this, holding still the little glass in his hand, he felt in his pocket with the other for his watch, and drew out a magnificent large watch whose ticking was easily heard. "Ah, the watch has come back from the repairer," Rouletabille remarked smilingly to Matrena Petrovna. "It looks like a splendid one." "It has very fine works," said the general. "It was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. It marks the seconds and the phases of the moon, and sounds the hours and half hours." Rouletabille bent over the watch, admiring it. "You expect Monsieur Koupriane for dinner?" inquired the young man, still examining the watch. "Yes, but since he is so late, we'll not delay any longer. Your healths, my children," said the general, as Rouletabille handed him back the watch, and he put it in his pocket. "Your health, Feodor Feodorovitch," replied Matrena Petrovna with her usual tenderness. Rouletabille and Natacha only touched their lips to the vodka. But Feodor Feodorovitch and Matrena drank theirs in the Russian fashion, head back and all at a draught, draining it to the bottom and flinging the contents to the back of the throat. They had no more performed this gesture when the general uttered an oath and tried to expel what he had drained so heartily. Matrena Petrovna spat violently also, looking with horror at her husband. "What is it? What has someone put in the vodka?" cried Feodor. "What has someone put in the vodka?" repeated Matrena Petrovna in a thick voice, her eyes almost starting from her head. The two young people threw themselves upon the unfortunates. Feodor's face had an expression of atrocious suffering. "We are poisoned!" cried the general, in the midst of his chokings. "I'm burning inside!" Almost mad, Natacha took her father's head in her hands. She cried to him, "Vomit, papa, vomit!" "We must find an emetic," cried Rouletabille, holding on to the general, who had almost slipped from his arms. Matrena Petrovna, whose gagging noises were violent, hurried down the steps of the kiosk, crossed the garden as though wildfire were behind her, and bounded into the veranda. During this time the general succeeded in easing himself, thanks to Rouletabille, who had thrust a spoon to the root of his tongue. Natacha could do nothing but cry, "My God, my God, my God!" Feodor held on to his stomach, still crying, "I'm burning! I'm burning!" The scene was frightfully tragic and funny at the same time. To add to the burlesque, the general's watch in his pocket struck 8 o'clock. Feodor Feodorovitch stood up in a final supreme effort. "Oh, it is horrible!" Matrena Petrovna showed a red, almost violet face as she came back. She distorted it, she choked, her mouth twitched, but she brought something, a little packet that she waved, and from which, tremblingly, frightenedly, she shook a powder into the first 2 empty glasses, which were on her side of the table and were those she and the general had drained. She still had strength to fill them with water, while Rouletabille was almost overcome by the general, whom he still had in his arms, and Natacha concerned herself with nothing but her father, leaning over him as though to follow the progress of the terrible poison, to read in his eyes if it was to be life or death. "Ipecac!" cried Matrena Petrovna, and she made the general drink it.
She did not drink until after him. The heroic woman must have exerted superhuman force to go herself to find the saving antidote in her medicine chest, even while the agony pervaded her vitals. Some minutes later both could be considered saved. The servants, Ermolai at their head, were clustered about. Most of them had been at the lodge, and they had not, it appeared, heard the beginning of the affair, the cries of Natacha and Rouletabille. Koupriane arrived just then. It was he who worked with Natacha in getting the two to bed. Then he directed one of his agents to go for the nearest doctors they could find. This done, the Prefect of Police went toward the kiosk where he had left Rouletabille. But Rouletabille was not to be found, and the flask of vodka and glasses from which they had drunk were gone also. Ermolai was nearby, and he inquired of the servant for the young Frenchman. Ermolai replied that he had just gone away carrying the flask and the glasses. Koupriane swore. He shook Ermolai and even started to give him a blow with the fist for permitting such a thing to happen before his eyes without making a protest. Ermolai, who had his own haughtiness, dodged Koupriane's fist and replied that he had wished to prevent the young Frenchman, but the reporter had shown him a police paper on which Koupriane himself had declared in advance that he, the young Frenchman, was to do anything he pleased. End of chapter 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 12 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 12. Pere Alexis. Koupriane jumped into his carriage and hurried toward St. Petersburg. On the way he spoke to three agents who only he knew were posted in the neighborhood of Eliaguine. They told him the route Rouletabille had taken. The reporter had certainly returned into the city. He hurried toward Troitsky Bridge. There, at the corner of the Naberjnaya, Koupriane saw the reporter in a hired conveyance. Rouletabille was pounding his coachman on the back, Russian fashion, to make him go faster, and was calling with all his strength one of the few words he had had time to learn: "Naleva, Naleva," to the left. The driver was forced to understand at last, for there was no other way to turn than to the left. If he had turned to the right, Naprava, he would have driven into the river. The conveyance clattered over the pointed flints of a neighborhood that led to a little street, Aptekarsky Peroluk, at the corner of the Catherine Canal. This alley of pharmacists, as a matter of fact, contained no pharmacists, but there was a curious sign of a herbarium, where Rouletabille made the driver stop. As the carriage rolled under the arch, Rouletabille recognized Koupriane. He did not wait, but cried to him: "Ah, here you are! All right, follow me." He still had the flask and the glasses in his hands. Koupriane couldn't help noticing how strange he looked. He passed through a court with him and into a squalid shop. "What?" said Koupriane. "Do you know Pere Alexis?" They were in the midst of a curious litter. Clusters of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, and all among them were clumps of old boots, shriveled skins, battered pans, scrap iron, sheepskins, useless touloupes, and on the floor musty old clothes, moth-eaten furs, and sheepskin coats that even a moujik of the swamps would not have deigned to wear. Here and there were old teeth, ragged finery, dilapidated hats, and jars of strange herbs ranged upon some rickety shelving. Between the set of scales on the counter and a heap of little blocks of wood used for figuring the counts of this singular business were ungilded ikons, oxidized silver crosses, and Byzantine pictures representing scenes from the Old and New Testaments. Jars of alcohol, with what seemed to be the skeletons of frogs swimming in them, filled what space was left. In a corner of this large, murky room, under the vault of mossed stone, a small altar stood, and the light burned in a hanging glass of oil before the holy images. A man was praying before the altar. He wore the costume of old Russia, the caftan of green cloth, buttoned at the shoulder and tucked in at the waist by a narrow belt. He had a bushy beard, and his hair fell to his shoulders. When he had finished his prayer, he rose, perceived Rouletabille, and came over to take his hand. He spoke French to the reporter. "Well, here you are again, lad. Do you bring poison again today? This will end by being found out. And the police?" Just then he discerned Koupriane's form in the shadow, drew close to make out who it was, and fell to his knees as he saw who it was. Rouletabille tried to raise him, but he insisted on prostrating himself. He was sure the Prefect of Police had come to his house to hang him. Finally he was reassured by Rouletabille's positive assertions and the great chief's robust laugh. The Prefect wished to know how the young man came to be acquainted with the Alchemist of the police. Rouletabille told him in a few words. Maître Alexis in his youth went to France afoot to study pharmacy because of his enthusiasm for chemistry. But he always remained countrified, very much a Russian peasant, a semi-oriental bear, and did not achieve his degree. He took some certificates, but the examinations were too much for him. For 50 years he lived miserably as a pharmacist's assistant in the back of a disreputable shop in the Notre Dame quarter. The proprietor of the place was implicated in the famous affair of the gold ingots, which started Rouletabille's reputation, and was arrested along with his assistant Alexis. It was Rouletabille who proved clear as day that poor Alexis was innocent, and that he had never been cognizant of his master's evil ways, being absorbed in the depths of his laboratory and trying to work out a naive alchemy which fascinated him, though the world of chemistry had passed it by centuries ago. At the trial Alexis was acquitted, but found himself in the street. He shed what tears remained in his body upon the neck of the reporter, assuring him of paradise if he got him back to his own country, because he desired only the one thing more of life, that he might see his birthland before he died. Rouletabille advanced the necessary means and sent him to St. Petersburg. There he was picked up at the end of 2 days by the police in a petty gambling game and thrown into prison, where he promptly had a chance to show his talents. He cured some of his companions in misery and even some of the guards. A guard who had an injured leg, whose healing he had despaired of, was cured by Alexis. Then there was found to be no actual charge against him. They set him free, and, moreover, they interested themselves in him. They found meager employment for him in the Shtukin Dvor, an immense popular bazaar. He accumulated a few roubles and installed himself on his own account at the back of a court in the Aptierkarsky Peruluk, where he gradually piled up a heap of old odds and ends that no one wanted even in the Shtukin Dvor. But he was happy, because behind his shop he had installed a little laboratory where he continued, for his pleasure, his experiments in alchemy and his study of plants. He still proposed to write a book that he had already spoken of in France to Rouletabille, to prove the truth of empiric treatment of medicinal herbs, the science of alchemy, and the ancient experiments in sorcery. Between times he continued to cure anyone who applied to him, and the police in particular. The police guards protected him and used him. He had splendid plasters for them after "the scandal," as they called the October riots. So when the doctors of the quarter tried to prosecute him for illegal practice, a deputation of police guards went to Koupriane, who took the responsibility and discontinued proceedings against him. They regarded him as under protection of the saints, and Alexis soon came to be regarded himself as something of a holy man. He never failed every Christmas and Easter to send his finest images to Rouletabille, wishing him all prosperity and saying that if ever he came to St. Petersburg he should be happy to receive him at Aptierkarsky Peruluk, where he was established in honest labor. Pere Alexis, like all the true saints, was a modest man. When Alexis had recovered a little from his emotion, Rouletabille said to him: "Pere Alexis, I do bring you poison again, but you have nothing to fear, for His Excellency the Chief of Police is with me. Here is what we want you to do. You must tell us what poison these 4 glasses have held, and what poison is still in this flask and this little phial." "What is that little phial?" demanded Koupriane, as he saw Rouletabille pull a small stoppered bottle out of his pocket. The reporter replied: "I have put into this bottle the vodka that was poured into Natacha's glass and mine, and that we barely touched." "Someone has tried to poison you!" exclaimed Pere Alexis. "No, not me," replied Rouletabille in bored fashion. "Don't think about that. Simply do what I tell you. Then analyze these 2 napkins as well." And he drew from his coat 2 soiled napkins. "Well," said Koupriane, "you have thought of everything." "They are the napkins the general and his wife used." Yes, I understand that," said the Chief of Police. "And you, Alexis, do you understand?" asked the reporter. When can we have the result of your analysis?"
"In an hour at the latest."
"Very well," said Koupriane. "Now I need not tell you to hold your tongue. I am going to leave one of my men here. You will write us a note that you will seal, and he will bring it to headquarters. Sure you understand? In an hour?"
"In an hour, Excellency."
They went out, and Alexis followed them, bowing to the floor. Koupriane had Rouletabille get into his carriage. The young man did as he was told. One would have said he did not know where he was or what he did. He made no reply to the chief's questions. "This Pere Alexander," resumed Koupriane, "is a character, really quite a figure, and a bit of a schemer, I should say. He has seen how Father John of Kronstadt succeeded, and he says to himself, 'Since the sailors had their Father John of Kronstadt, why shouldn't the police guard have their Father Alexis of Aptiekarski Perelouk?'" But Rouletabille did not reply at all, and Koupriane wound up by demanding what was the matter with him. "The matter is," replied Rouletabille, unable longer to conceal his anguish, "that the poison continues." "Does that astonish you?" returned Koupriane. "It doesn't me." Rouletabille looked at him and shook his head. His lips trembled as he said: "I know what you think. It is abominable. But the thing I have done certainly is more abominable still." "What have you done, then, Monsieur Rouletabille?" "Perhaps I have caused the death of an innocent man." "So long as you aren't sure of it, you had better not fret about it, my dear friend." "It is enough that the doubt has risen," said the reporter, "almost to kill me." And he heaved so gloomy a sigh that the excellent Monsieur Koupriane felt pity for the lad. He tapped him on the knee. "Come, come, young man, you ought to know one thing by this time. You can't make omelettes without breaking eggs, as they say, I think, in Paris." Rouletabille turned away from him with horror in his heart. If there should be another, someone besides Michael, if it was another hand than his that appeared to Matrena and him in the mysterious night, if Michael Nikolaievitch had been innocent, well, he would kill himself, that was all. And those horrible words that he had exchanged with Natacha rose in his memory, singing in his ears as though they would deafen him. "Do you doubt still," he had asked her, "that Michael tried to poison your father?" And Natacha had replied: "I wish to believe it. I wish to believe it for your sake, my poor boy." And then he recalled her other words, still more frightful now. "Couldn't someone have tried to poison my father and not come by the window?" He had faced such a hypothesis with assurance then, but now that the poison continued within the house where he believed himself so fully aware of all people and things, continued now that Michael Nikolaievitch was dead, where did it come from, this poison? And what was it? Pere Alexis would hurry his analysis if he had any regard for poor Rouletabille. For Rouletabille to doubt, and in an affair where already there was one man dead through his agency, was torment worse than death. When they arrived at police headquarters, Rouletabille jumped from Koupriane's carriage and, without saying a word, hailed an empty izvoschik that was passing. He had himself driven back to Pere Alexis. His doubt mastered his will. He could not bear to wait away. Under the arch of Aptiekarski Perelouk he saw once more the man Koupriane had placed there with the order to bring him Alexis's message. The man looked at him in astonishment. Rouletabille crossed the court and entered the dingy old room once more. Pere Alexis was not there, naturally, engaged as he was in his laboratory. But a person whom he did not recognize at first sight attracted the reporter's attention. In the half light of the shop a melancholy shadow leaned over the ikons on the counter. It was only when he straightened up with a deep sigh, and a little light, deflected and yellow from passing through window panes that had known no touch of cleaning since they were placed there, fell faintly on the face, that Rouletabille ascertained he was face to face with Boris Mourazoff. It was indeed he, the erstwhile brilliant officer whose elegance and charm the reporter had admired as he saw him at beautiful Natacha's feet in the datcha at Eliaguine. Now, no more in uniform, he had thrown over his bowed shoulders a wretched coat whose sleeves swayed listlessly at his sides, in accord with his mood of languid desperation. A felt hat with the rim turned down hid a little the misery in his face. In these few days, these not many hours, how he was changed! But even as he was, he still concerned Rouletabille. What was he doing there? Was he not going to go away, perhaps? He had picked up an ikon from the counter and carried it over to the window to examine its oxidized silver, giving such close attention to it that the reporter hoped he might reach the door of the laboratory without being noticed.
He already had his hand on the knob of that door, which was behind the counter, when he heard his name called. "It is you, Monsieur Rouletabille," said the low, sad voice of Boris. "What has brought you here, then?" "Well, well, Monsieur Boris Mourazoff, unless I'm mistaken. I certainly didn't expect to find you here in Pere Alexis' place." "Why not, Monsieur Rouletabille? One can find anything here in Pere Alexis' stock. See, here are two old ikons in wood, carved with sculptures, which came direct from Athos, and can't be equaled, I assure you, either at Gostiny Dvor, nor even at Shtukin Dvor." "Yes, yes, that is possible," said Rouletabille impatiently. "Are you an amateur of such things?" he added, in order to say something. "Oh, like anybody else. But I was going to tell you, Monsieur Rouletabille, I have resigned my commission. I have resolved to retire from the world. I am going on a long voyage." Rouletabille thought, why not have gone at once? "And before going, I have come here to supply myself with some little gifts to send those of my friends I particularly care for. Although now, my dear Monsieur Rouletabille, I don't care much for anything." "You look desolate enough, monsieur." Boris sighed like a child. "How could it be otherwise?" he said. "I loved and I believed myself beloved, but it proved to be nothing, alas." "Sometimes one only imagines things," said Rouletabille, keeping his hand on the door. "Oh, yes," said the other, growing more and more melancholy. "So a man suffers. He is his own tormentor. He himself makes the wheel on which, like his own executioner, he binds himself." "It is not necessary, monsieur. It is not necessary," counseled the reporter. "Listen," implored Boris in a voice that showed tears were not far away. "You are still a child, but you can see things. Do you believe Natacha loves me?" "I am sure of it, Monsieur Boris. I am sure of it." "I am sure of it, too, but I don't know what to think now. She has let me go without trying to detain me, without a word of hope." "And where are you going like that?" "I am returning to the Orel country, where I first saw her." "That is good, very good, Monsieur Boris. At least there you are sure to see her again. She goes there every year with her parents for a few weeks. It is a detail you haven't overlooked, doubtless." "Certainly I haven't. I will tell you that that prospect decided my place of retreat." "See?" "God gives me nothing, but he opens his treasures and each takes what he can." "Yes, yes. And Mademoiselle Natacha, does she know it is to Orel you have decided to retire?" "I have no reason for concealing it from her, Monsieur Rouletabille." "So far so good. You needn't feel so desolate, my dear Monsieur Boris. All is not lost. I will say even that I see a future for you, full of hope." "Ah, if you are able to say that truthfully, I am happy indeed to have met you. I will never forget this rope you have flung me when all the waters seemed closing over my head. What do you advise, then?" "I advise you to go to Orel, monsieur, and as quickly as possible." "Very well. You must have reasons for saying that. I obey you, monsieur, and go." As Boris started toward the entrance arch, Rouletabille slipped into the laboratory. Old Alexis was bent over his retorts. A wretched lamp barely lighted his obscure work. He turned at the noise the reporter made.
"Ah, you, lad."
"Well?"
"Oh, nothing so quick. Still, I have already analyzed the two napkins, you know."
"Yes. The stains? Tell me, for the love of God."
"Well, my boy, it is arsenate of soda again."
Rouletabille, stricken to the heart, uttered a low cry, and everything seemed to dance around him. Pere Alexis, in the midst of all the strange laboratory instruments, seemed Satan himself, and he repulsed the kindly arms stretched forth to sustain him. In the gloom, where danced here and there the little blue flames from the crucibles, lively as flickering tongues, he believed he saw Michael Nikolaievitch's ghost come to cry, "The arsenate of soda continues, and I am dead." He fell against the door, which swung open, and he rolled as far as the counter and struck his face against it. The shock that might well have been fatal brought him out of his intense nightmare and made him instantly himself again. He rose, jumped over the heap of boots and folderols, and leaped to the court. There Boris grabbed him by his coat. Rouletabille turned, furious. "What do you want? You haven't started for the Orel yet?" "Monsieur, I am going, but I will be very grateful if you will take these things yourself to Natacha." He showed him, still with despairing mien, the two ikons from Mount Athos, and Rouletabille took them from him, thrust them in his pocket, and hurried on, crying, "I understand." Outside, Rouletabille tried to get hold of himself, to recover his coolness a little. Was it possible that he had made a mortal error? Alas, alas, how could he doubt it now? The arsenate of soda continued. He made a superhuman effort to ward off the horror of that, even momentarily, the death of innocent Michael Nikolaievitch, and to think of nothing except the immediate consequences, which must be carefully considered if he wished to avoid some new catastrophe. Ah, the assassin was not discouraged. And that time, what a piece of work he had tried! What a hecatomb if he had succeeded! The general, Matrena Petrovna, Natacha, and Rouletabille himself, who almost regretted, so far as he was concerned, that it had not succeeded. And Koupriane, who should have been there for the luncheon. What a bag for the Nihilists! That was it, that was it. Rouletabille understood now why they had not hesitated to poison everybody at once. Koupriane was among them. Michael Nikolaievitch would have been avenged. The attempt had failed this time, but what might they not expect now? From the moment he believed Michael Nikolaievitch no longer guilty, as he had imagined, Rouletabille fell into a bottomless abyss. Where should he go? After a few moments he made the circuit of the rotunda, which serves as the market for this quarter and is the finest ornament of Aptekarsky Pereoulok. He made the circuit without knowing it, without stopping for anything, without seeing or understanding anything. As a broken-winded horse makes its way in the treadmill, so he walked around with the thought that he also was lost in a treadmill that led him nowhere. Rouletabille was no longer Rouletabille. End of chapter 12. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Section 13 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 13. The Living Bombs. At random, because now he could only act at random, he returned to the datcha. Great disorder reigned there. The guard had been doubled. The general's friends, summoned by Trebassof, surrounded the two poisoned sufferers and filled the house with their bustling devotion and their protestations of affection. However, an insignificant doctor from the common quarter of the Vasily Ostrow, brought by the police, reassured everybody. The police had not found the general's household physician at home, but promised the immediate arrival of two specialists, whom they had found instead. In the meantime, they had picked up on the way this little doctor, who was gay and talkative as a magpie. He had enough to do looking after Matrena Petrovna, who had been so sick that her husband, Feodor Feodorovitch, still trembled, for the first time in his life, as the excellent Ivan Petrovitch said. The reporter was astonished at not finding Natacha either in Matrena's apartment or Feodor's. He asked Matrena where her stepdaughter was. Matrena turned a frightened face toward him. When they were alone, she said: "We do not know where she is. Almost as soon as you left, she disappeared, and no one has seen her since. The general has asked for her several times. I have had to tell him Koupriane took her with him to learn the details from her of what happened." "She is not with Koupriane," said Rouletabille. "Where is she? This disappearance is more than strange at the moment we were dying, when her father... Oh, God, leave me, my child. I am stifling, I am stifling." Rouletabille called the temporary doctor and withdrew from the chamber. He had come with the idea of inspecting the house room by room, corner by corner, to make sure whether or not any possibility of entrance existed that he had not noticed before, an entrance would-be poisoners were continuing to use. But now a new fact confronted him and overshadowed everything: the disappearance of Natacha. How he lamented his ignorance of the Russian language, and not one of Koupriane's men knew French. He might draw something out of Ermolai. Ermolai said he had seen Natacha just outside the gate for a moment, looking up and down the road. Then he had been called to the general, and so knew nothing further. That was all the reporter could gather from the gestures rather than the words of the old servant. An additional difficulty now was that twilight drew on, and it was impossible for the reporter to discern Natacha's footprints. Was it true that the young girl had fled at such a moment, immediately after the poisoning, before she knew whether her father and mother were entirely out of danger? If Natacha were innocent, as Rouletabille still wished to believe, such an attitude was simply incomprehensible. and the girl could not but be aware she would increase Koupriane's suspicions. The reporter had a vital reason for seeing her immediately, a vital reason for all concerned, above all in this moment when the Nihilists were culminating their plans, a vital reason for her and for him, equally menaced with death, to talk with her and to renew the propositions he had made a few minutes before the poisoning, and which she had not wished to hear him talk about, in fearful pity for him or in defiance of him. Where was Natacha? He thought maybe she was trying to rejoin Annouchka, and there were reasons for that, both if she were innocent and if she were guilty. But where was Annouchka? Who could say? Gounsovski, perhaps. Rouletabille jumped into an isvo, returning from the point empty, and gave Gounsovski's address. He deigned then to recall that he had been invited that same day to dine with the Gounsovskis. They would no longer be expecting him. He blamed himself. They received him, but they had long since finished dinner. Monsieur and Madame Gounsovski were playing a game of draughts under the lamp. Rouletabille, as he entered the drawing room, recognized the shining, fattish, bald head of the terrible man. Gounsovski came to him, bowing, obsequious, his fat hands held out. He was presented to Madame Gounsovski, who was besprinkled with jewels over her black silk gown. She had a muddy skin and magnificent eyes. She also was tentatively effusive. "We waited for you, monsieur," she said, smirking timidly, with the careful charm of a woman a little along in years who relies still on infantine graces. As the recreant young man offered his apologies, "Oh, we know you are much occupied, Monsieur Rouletabille. My husband said that to me only a moment ago. But he knew you would come finally. In the end, one always accepts my husband's invitation." She said this with a fat smile of importance. Rouletabille turned cold at this last phrase. He felt actual fear in the presence of these two figures, so atrociously commonplace, in their horrible, decent little drawing room. Madame continued: "But you have had rather a bad dinner already, through that dreadful affair at General Trebassof's. Come into the dining room." "Ah, so someone has told you," said Rouletabille. "No, no, thanks. I don't need anything more. You know what has happened?" "If you had come to dinner, perhaps nothing would have happened at all, you know," said Gounsovski tranquilly, seating himself on the cushions and considering his game of draughts through his glasses. "Anyway, congratulations to Koupriane for being away from there through his fear." For Gounsovski there was only Koupriane. The life or death of Trebassof did not occupy his mind. Only the acts and movements of the Prefect of Police had power to move him. He ordered a waiting maid, who glided into the apartment without making more noise than a shadow, to bring a small stand loaded with zakouskis and bottles of champagne close to the game table, and he moved one of his pawns, saying: "You will permit me? This move is mine. I don't wish to lose it." Rouletabille ventured to lay his hand on the oily hairy fist which extended from a dubious cuff. "What is this you tell me? How could you have foreseen it?" "It was easy to foresee everything," replied Gounsovski, offering cigars. "To foresee everything from the moment Matiew's place was filled by Priemkof." "Well?" questioned Rouletabille, recalling with some inquietude the sight of the whipping in the guards' chapel. "Well, this Priemkof, between ourselves," and he bent close to the reporter's ear, "is no better as a police guard for Koupriane than Matiew himself. Very dangerous. So when I learned that he took Matiew's place at the Datcha des Iles, I thought there was sure to be some unfortunate happening. But it was no affair of mine, was it? Koupriane would have been able to say to me, 'Mind your own business.' I had gone far enough in warning him of the living bombs. They had been denounced to us by the same agency that enabled us to seize the two living bombs, women if you please, who were going to the military tribunal at Kronstadt after the rebellion in the fleet. Let him recall that. That ought to make him reflect. I am a brave man. I know he speaks ill of me, but I don't wish him any harm. The interests of the Empire before all else between us. I wouldn't talk to you as I do if I didn't know the Tsar honors you with his favor. Then I invited you to dinner. As one dines, one talks. But you did not come. And while you were dining down there and while Priemkof was on guard at the datcha, that annoying affair Madame Gounsovski has spoken about happened." Rouletabille had not sat down, in spite of Madame Gounsovski's insistences. He took the box of cigars brusquely out of the hand of the chief of the secret police, who had continued tendering them, for this detail of hospitality only annoyed his mood, which had been dark enough for hours and was now deepened by what the other had just said. He comprehended only one thing, that a man named Priemkof, whom he had never heard spoken of, as determined as Mathieu to destroy the general, had been entrusted by Koupriane with the guard of the datcha des Iles. It was necessary to warn Koupriane instantly. "How is it that you have not done so already yourself, Monsieur Gounsovski? Why wait to speak about it to me? It is unimaginable." "Pardon, pardon," said Gounsovski, smiling softly behind his goggles. "It is not the same thing." "No, no, it is not the same thing," seconded the lady with the black silk, brilliant jewels, and flabby chin. "We speak here to a friend in the course of a dinner talk, to a friend who is not of the police. We never denounce anybody." "We must tell you, but sit down now," Gounsovski still insisted, lighting his cigar. "Be reasonable. They have just tried to poison him, so they will take time to breathe before they try something else. Then, too, this poison makes me think that they may have given up the idea of living bombs. Then, after all, what is to be will be." "Yes, yes," approved the ample dame. "The police never have been able to prevent what was bound to happen. But speaking of this Priemkof, it remains between us, eh? Between just us? Yes, we must tell you now," Gounsovski slipped in softly, "that it will be much better not to let Koupriane know that you got the information from me. Because then, you understand, he would not believe you, or rather he would not believe me. That is why we take these precautions of dining and smoking a cigar. We speak of one thing and another, and you do as you please with what we say. But to make them useful, it is absolutely necessary, I repeat, to be silent about their source." As he said that, Gounsovski gave Rouletabille a piercing glance through his goggles, the first time Rouletabille had seen such a look in his eyes. He never would have suspected him capable of such fire. "Priemkof," continued Gounsovski in a low voice, using his handkerchief vigorously, "was employed here in my home, and we separated on bad terms, through his fault, it is necessary to say. Then he got into Koupriane's confidence by saying the worst he could of us, my dear little monsieur." "But what could he say? Servants' stories, my dear little monsieur," repeated the fat dame, and rolled her great magnificent black eyes furiously. "Stories that have been treated as they deserved at court, certainly. Madame Daquin, the wife of His Majesty's head cook, whom you certainly know, and the nephew of the second maid of honor to the Empress, who stands very well with his aunt, have told us so. Servants' stories that might have ruined us, but have not produced any effect on His Majesty, for whom we would give our lives, Christ knows. Well, you understand now that if you were to say to Koupriane, 'Gaspadine Gounsovski has spoken ill of me to Priemkof,' he would not care to hear a word further. Still, Priemkof is in the scheme for the living bombs, that is all I can tell you. At least he was before the affair of the poisoning. That poisoning is certainly very astonishing, between us. It does not appear to have come from without, whereas the living bombs will have to come from without. And Priemkof is mixed up in it." "Yes, yes," approved Madame Gounsovski again. "He is committed to it. There have been stories about him, too. Other people as well as he can tell tales. It isn't hard to do. He has got to make some showing now, if he is to keep in with Annouchka's clique." "Koupriane, our dear Koupriane," interrupted Gounsovski, slightly troubled at hearing his wife pronounce Annouchka's name. "Koupriane ought to be able to understand that this time Priemkof must bring things off, or he is definitely ruined." "Priemkof knows it well enough," replied Madame, as she refilled the glasses. "But Koupriane doesn't know it. That is all we can tell you. Is it enough? All the rest is mere gossip." It certainly was enough for Rouletabille. He had had enough of it. This idle gossip and these living bombs. These pinchbecks, these whispering tale tellers in their bourgeois countrified setting. These politico police combinations whose grotesque side was always uppermost, while the terrible side, the Siberian aspect, prisons, black holes, hangings, disappearances, exiles and deaths and martyrdoms remained so jealously hidden that no one ever spoke of them. All that weight of horror between a good cigar and a "little glass of anisette, monsieur, if you won't take champagne." Still, he had to drink before he left, touch glasses in a health, promise to come again whenever he wished. The house was open to him. Rouletabille knew it was open to anybody who had a tale to tell. something that would send some other person to prison or to death and oblivion. No guard at the entrance to check a visitor. Men entered Gounsovski's house as the house of a friend, and he was always ready to do you a service, certainly. He accompanied the reporter to the stairs. Rouletabille was just about to risk speaking of Annouchka to him in order to approach the subject of Natacha, when Gounsovski said suddenly with a singular smile: "By the way, do you still believe in Natacha Trebassof?" "I shall believe in her until my death," Rouletabille thrust back, "but I admit to you that at this moment I don't know where she has gone." "Watch the Bay of Lachtka and come to tell me tomorrow if you will believe in her ways," replied Gounsovski, confidentially, with a horrid sort of laugh that made the reporter hurry down the stairs. And now here was Priemkof to look after. Priemkof after Mathieu. It seemed to the young man that he had to contend against all the revolutionaries, not only, but all the Russian police as well, and Gounsovski himself, and Koupriane. Everybody, everybody. But most urgent was Priemkof and his living bombs. What a strange and almost incomprehensible and harassing adventure this was between nihilism and the Russian police. Koupriane and Gounsovski both employed a man they knew to be a revolutionary and the friend of revolutionaries. Nihilism, on its side, considered this man of the police force as one of its own agents. In his turn, this man, in order to maintain his perilous equilibrium, had to do work for both the police and the revolutionaries, and accept whatever either gave him to do as it came, because it was necessary he should give them assurances of his fidelity. Only imbeciles like Gapone let themselves be hanged or ended by being executed like a Zeph because of their awkward slips. But a Priemkof playing both branches of the police had a good chance of living a long time, and a Gounsovski would die tranquilly in his bed with all the solaces of religion. However, the young hearts, hot with sincerity, sheathed with dynamite, are mysteriously moved in the atrocious darkness of Holy Russia, and they do not know where they will be sent, and it is all one to them, because all they ask is to die in a mad spiritual delirium of hate and love, living bombs. Footnote: in the trial after the revolt at Kronstadt, 2 young women were charged with wearing bombs as false bosoms. End of footnote. At the corner of Aptekarsky Pereoulok, Rouletabille came in the way of Koupriane, who was leaving for Pere Alexis's place, and seeing the reporter, stopped his carriage and called that he was going immediately to the datcha. "Have you seen Pere Alexis?" "Yes," said Koupriane, "and this time I have it on you. What I told you, what I foresaw, has happened. But have you any news of the sufferers? Apropos, rather a curious thing has happened. I met Kister in the Nevsky just now." "The physician?" "Yes, one of Trebassof's physicians, whom I had sent an inspector to his house to fetch to the datcha, as well as his usual associate, Dr. Litchkof. Well, neither Litchkof nor he had been summoned. They didn't know anything had happened at the datcha. They had not seen my inspector. I hope he has met some other doctor on the way, and, in view of the urgency, has taken him to the datcha." "That is what has happened," replied Rouletabille, who had turned very pale. "Still, it is strange these gentlemen had not been notified, because at the datcha the Trebassofs were told that the general's usual doctors were not at home, and so the police had summoned 2 others who would arrive at once." Koupriane jumped up into the carriage. "But Kister and Litchkof had not left their houses. Kister, who had met Litchkof, said so. What does this mean?" "Can you tell me," asked Rouletabille, ready now for the thunderclap that his question invited, "the name of the inspector you ordered to bring them?" "Priemkof, a man with my entire confidence." Koupriane's carriage rushed toward the aisles. Late evening had come. Alone on the deserted route, the horses seemed headed for the stars. The carriage behind seemed no drag upon them. The coachman bent above them, arms out, as though he would spring into the ether. Ah, the beautiful night, the lovely, peaceful night beside the Neva, marred by the wild gallop of these maddened horses. Priemkof, one of Gounsovski's men? I should have suspected him," railed Koupriane after Rouletabille's explanations. "But now, shall we arrive in time?" They stood up in the carriage, urging the coachman, exciting the horses. "Scan, faster, Douriak!" Could they arrive before the living bombs? Could they hear them before they arrived? Ah, there was Eliaguine. They rushed from the one bank to the other as though there were no bridges in their insensate course. and their ears were strained for the explosion, for the abomination now to come, preparing slyly in the night so hypocritically soft under the cold glance of the stars. Suddenly, "Stop! Stop!" Rouletabille cried to the coachman. "Are you mad?" shouted Koupriane. "We are mad if we arrive like madmen. That would make the catastrophe sure. There is still a chance. If we wish not to lose it, then we must arrive easily and calmly, like friends who know the general is out of danger." "Our only chance is to arrive before the bogus doctors. Either they aren't there or it already is all over. Priemkof must have been surprised at the affair of the poisoning, but he has seized the opportunity. Fortunately, he couldn't find his accomplices immediately." "Here is the datcha, anyway. In the name of heaven, tell your driver to stop the horses here. If the doctors are already there, it is we who shall have killed the general." "You are right." Koupriane moderated his excitement and that of his driver and horses, and the carriage stopped noiselessly, not far from the datcha. Ermolai came toward them. "Priemkof," faltered Koupriane. "He's gone again, Excellency." "How? Gone again?" "Yes, but he has brought the doctors." Koupriane crushed Rouletabille's wrist. The doctors were there. "Madame Trebassof is better," continued Ermolai, who understood nothing of their emotion. "The general is going to meet them and take them to his wife himself." "Where are they?" "They are waiting in the drawing room." "Oh, Excellency, keep cool, keep cool, and all is not lost," implored the reporter. Rouletabille and Koupriane slipped carefully into the garden. Ermolai followed them. "There?" inquired Koupriane. "There," Ermolai replied. From the corner where they were, and looking through the veranda, they could see the "doctors" as they waited. They were seated in chairs side by side in a corner of the drawing room from where they could see everything in the room and a part of the garden which they faced, and could hear everything. A window of the first floor was open above their heads, so that they could hear any noise from there. They could not be surprised from any side, and they held every door in view. They were talking softly and tranquilly, looking straight before them. They appeared young. One had a pleasant face, pale but smiling, with rather long curly hair. The other was more angular, with haughty bearing and grave face, an eagle nose and glasses. Both wore long black coats buttoned over their calm chests. Koupriane and the reporter, followed by Ermolai, advanced with the greatest precaution across the lawn. Screened by the wooden steps leading to the veranda and by the vine-clad balustrade, they got near enough to hear them. Koupriane gave eager ear to the words of these two young men, who might have been so rich in the many years of life that naturally belonged to them, and who were about to die so horrible a death in destroying all about them. They spoke of what time it was, of the softness of the night and the beauty of the sky. They spoke of the shadows under the birch trees, of the gulf shining in the late evening's fading golden light, of the river's freshness and the sweetness of summertime in the north. That is what they talked about. Koupriane murmured, "The assassins!" Now it was necessary to decide on action, and that necessity was horrible. A false movement, an awkwardness, and the doctors would be warned and everything lost. They must have the bombs under their coats. There were certainly at least 2 living bombs. Their chests, as they breathed, must heave to and fro, and their hearts beat against an impending explosion. Above, on the bedroom floor, they heard the rapid arranging of the room, steps on the floor, and a confusion of voices. Shadows passed across the window space. Koupriane rapidly interrogated Ermolai and learned that all the general's friends were there. The 2 doctors had arrived only a couple of minutes before the Prefect of Police and the reporter. The little doctor of Vasily Ostrow had already gone, saying there was nothing more for him to do when 2 such celebrated specialists had arrived. However, in spite of their celebrity, no one had ever heard the names they gave. Koupriane believed the little doctor was an accomplice. The most necessary thing was to warn those in the room above. There was immediate danger that someone would come downstairs to find the doctors and take them to the general, or that the general would come down himself to meet them. Evidently that was what they were waiting for. They wished to die in his arms, to make sure that this time he did not escape them. Koupriane directed Ermolai to go into the veranda and speak in a commonplace way to them at the threshold of the drawing-room door, saying that he would go upstairs and see if he might now escort them to Madame Trebassof's room. Once in the room above, he could warn the others not to do anything but wait for Koupriane. Then Ermolai was to come down and say to the men, "In just a moment, if you please." Ermolai crept back as far as the lodge, and then came quite normally up the path, letting the gravel crunch under his countrified footsteps. He was an intelligent man, and grasped with extraordinary coolness the importance of the plan of campaign. Easily and naturally he mounted the veranda steps, paused at the threshold of the drawing room, made the remark he had been told to make, and went upstairs. Koupriane and Rouletabille now watched the bedroom windows. The flitting shadows there suddenly became motionless. All moving about ceased. No more steps were heard. Nothing. And that sudden silence made the two doctors raise their faces toward the ceiling. Then they exchanged an aroused glance. This change in the manner of things was dangerous. Koupriane muttered, "The idiots!" It was such a blow for those upstairs to learn they walked over a mine ready to explode that it evidently had paralyzed their limbs. Happily, Ermolai came down almost immediately and said to the doctors in his very best domestic manner, "Just a second, messieurs, if you please." He did it still with utter naturalness, and he returned to the lodge before he rejoined Koupriane and Rouletabille by way of the lawn. Rouletabille, entirely cool, quite master of himself, as calm now as Koupriane was nervous, said to the Prefect of Police: "We must act now and quickly. They are commencing to be suspicious. Have you a plan?" "Here is all I can see," said Koupriane. "Have the general come down by the narrow servants' stairway and slip out of the house from the window of Natacha's sitting room with the aid of a twisted sheet. Matrena Petrovna will come to speak to them during this time. That will keep them patient until the general is out of danger. As soon as Matrena has withdrawn into the garden, I will call my men, who will shoot them from a distance." "And the house itself? And the general's friends?" "Let them try to get away too, by the servants' stairway, and jump from the window after the general. We must try something. Say that I have them at the muzzle of my revolver." "Your plan won't work," said Rouletabille, "unless the door of Natacha's sitting room, that opens on the drawing room, is closed." "It is, I can see from here." "And unless the door of the little passageway before the staircase that opens into the drawing room is closed also, and you cannot see it from here." "That door is open," said Ermolai. Koupriane swore, but he recovered himself promptly. "Madame Trebassof will close the door when she speaks to them." "It is impracticable," said the reporter. "That will arouse their suspicions more than ever. Leave it to me. I have a plan." "What?" "I have time to execute it, but not to tell you about it. They have already waited too long. I shall have to go upstairs, though. Ermolai will need to go with me, as a friend of the family." "I'll go too." "That would give the whole show away, if they saw you, the Prefect of Police." "Why, no. If they see me, and they know I ought to be there, as soon as I show myself to them they will conclude I don't know anything about it." "You are wrong." "It is my duty. I should be near the general to defend him until the last." Rouletabille shrugged his shoulders before this dangerous heroism, but he did not stop to argue. He knew that his plan must succeed at once, or in 5 minutes at the latest there would be only ruins, the dead and the dying in the datcha des Iles. Still, he remained astonishingly calm. In principle, he had admitted that he was going to die. The only hope of being saved which remained to them rested entirely upon their keeping perfectly cool and upon the patience of the living bombs. Would they still have 3 minutes' patience? Ermolai went ahead of Koupriane and Rouletabille. At the moment they reached the foot of the veranda steps, the servant said loudly, repeating his lesson: "Oh, the general is waiting for you, Excellency. He told me to have you come to him at once. He is entirely well, and Madame Trebassof also." When they were in the veranda, he added: "She is to see also at once these gentlemen, who will be able to tell her there is no more danger." All three passed while Koupriane and Rouletabille vaguely saluted the two conspirators in the drawing room. It was a decisive moment. Recognizing Koupriane, the two Nihilists might well believe themselves discovered, as the reporter had said, and precipitate the catastrophe. However, Ermolai, Koupriane and Rouletabille climbed the stairs to the bedroom like automatons, not daring to look behind them and expecting the end each instant. But neither stirred. Ermolai went down again by Rouletabille's order, normally, naturally, tranquilly. They went into Matrena Petrovna's chamber. Everybody was there. It was a gathering of ghosts. Here was what had happened above. That the doctors still remained below, that they had not been received instantly, in brief, that the catastrophe had been delayed up to now, was due to Matrena Petrovna, whose watchful love, like a watchdog, was always ready to scent danger. These two doctors, whose names she did not know, who arrived so late, and the precipitate departure of the little doctor of Vasily Ostro, aroused her watchfulness. Before allowing them to come upstairs to the general, she resolved to have a look at them herself downstairs. She arose from her bed for that, and now her presentiment was justified.
When she saw Ermolai, sober and mysterious, enter with Koupriane's message, she knew instinctively, before he spoke, that there were bombs in the house. When Ermolai did speak, it was a blow for everybody. At first she, Matrena Petrovna, had been a frightened, foolish figure in the big flowered dressing gown belonging to Feodor that she had wrapped about her in her haste. When Ermolai left, the general, who knew she only trembled for him, tried to reassure her, and, in the midst of the frightened silence of all of them, said a few words recalling the failure of all the previous attempts. But she shook her head and trembled, shaking with fear for him, in agony at the thought that she could do nothing there above those living bombs but wait for them to burst. As to the friends, already their limbs were ruined, absolutely ruined in very truth. For a moment they were quite incapable of moving. The jolly Councillor of Empire, Ivan Petrovitch, had no longer a lively tale to tell, and the abominable prospect of this horrible mix-up right at hand rendered him much less gay than in his best hours at Kubat's place. And poor Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff was whiter than the snow that covers old Lithuania's fields when the winter's chase is on. Athanase Georgevitch himself was not brilliant, and his sanguine face had quite changed, as though he had difficulty in digesting his last masterpiece with knife and fork. But in justice to them, that was the first instantaneous effect. No one could learn like that all of a sudden that they were about to die in an indiscriminate slaughter without the heart being stopped for a little. Ermolai's words had turned these amiable loafers into waxen statues, but little by little their hearts commenced to beat again and each suggested some way of preventing the disaster, all of them sufficiently coherent, while Matrena Petrovna invoked the Virgin and at the same time helped Feodor Feodorovitch adjust his sword and buckle his belt, for the general wished to die in uniform. Athanase Georgevitch, his eyes sticking out of his head and his body bent as though he feared the nihilist just below him might perceive his tall form, through the door no doubt, proposed that they should throw themselves out of the window, even at the cost of broken legs. The saddened Councillor of Empire declared that project simply idiotic, for as they fell they would be absolutely at the disposal of the nihilists, who would be attracted by the noise and would make a handful of dust of them with a single gesture through the window. Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, who couldn't think of anything at all, blamed Koupriane and the rest of the police for not having devised something. Why hadn't they already got rid of these nihilists? After the frightened silence they had kept at first, now they all spoke at once, in low voices, hoarse and rapid, with shortened breath, making wild movements of the arms and head, and walked here and there in the chamber quite without motive, but very softly on tiptoe, going to the windows, returning, listening at the doors, peering through the keyholes, exchanging absurd suggestions, full of the wildest imaginings. If we should, if everybody speaking and everybody making signs for the others to be quiet. Lower, if they hear us we are lost. And Koupriane, who did not come, and his police, who themselves had brought 2 assassins into the house, and were not able now to make them leave without having everybody jump. They were certainly lost. There was nothing left but to say their prayers. They turned to the general and Matrena Petrovna, who were wrapped in a close embrace. Feodor had taken the poor disheveled head of the good Matrena between his hands and pressed it upon his shoulders as he embraced her. He said, "Rest quietly against my heart, Matrena Petrovna. Nothing can happen to us except that God wills." At that sight and that remark the others grew ashamed of their confusion. The harmony of that couple embracing in the presence of death restored them to themselves, to their courage, and their Nichevo. Athanase Georgevitch, Ivan Petrovitch, and Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff repeated after Matrena Petrovna, "As God wills." And then they said, "Nichevo, Nichevo." Footnote. What does it matter? End of footnote. "We will all die with you, Feodor Feodorovitch." And they all kissed one another and clasped one another in their arms, their eyes dim with love for one another, as at the end of a great banquet when they had eaten and drunk heavily in honor of one another. "Listen, someone is coming up the stairs," whispered Matrena with her keen ear, and she slipped from the restraint of her husband. Breathless, they all hurried to the door opening on the landing, but with steps as light as though they walked on eggs. All 4 of them were leaning over there close by the door, hardly daring to breathe. They heard 2 men on the stairs. Were they Koupriane and Rouletabille, or were they the others? They had revolvers in their hands and drew back a little when the footsteps sounded near the door. Behind them Trebassof was quietly seated in his chair. The door was opened and Koupriane and Rouletabille perceived these death-like figures, motionless and mute. No one dared to speak or make a movement until the door had been closed, but then Well, well, save us. Where are they? Ah, my dear little domovoi Doukh, save the general for the love of the Virgin." "Tst! Silence." Rouletabille, very pale but calm, spoke. "The plan is simple. They are between two staircases, watching the one and the other. I will go and find them and make them mount the one while you descend by the other." "Caracho, that is simple enough. Why didn't we think of it sooner? Because everybody lost his head except the dear little domovoi Doukh." And here something happened Rouletabille had not counted on. The general rose and said: "You have forgotten one thing, my young friend. That is, that General Trebassof will not descend by the servants' stairway." His friends looked at him in stupefaction and asked if he had gone mad. "What is it you say, Feodor?" implored Matrena. "I say," insisted the general, "that I have had enough of this comedy, and that since Monsieur Koupriane has not been able to arrest these men, and since on their side they don't seem to decide to do their duty, I shall go myself and put them out of my house." He started a few steps, but had not his cane, and suddenly he tottered. Matrena Petrovna jumped to him and lifted him in her arms as though he were a feather. "Not by the servants' stairway! Not by the servants' stairway!" growled the obstinate general. "You will go," Matrena replied to him, "by the way I take you." And she carried him back to the apartment while she said quickly to Rouletabille: "Go, little domovoi, and God protect us." Rouletabille disappeared at once through the door to the main staircase, and the group attended by Koupriane passed through the dressing room and the general's chamber, Matrena Petrovna in the lead with her precious burden. Ivan Petrovitch had his hand already on the famous bolt which locked the door to the servants' staircase, when they all turned at the sound of a quick step behind them. Rouletabille had returned. "They are no longer in the drawing room." "Not in the drawing room? Where are they, then?" Rouletabille pointed to the door they were about to open. "Perhaps behind that door. Take care." All drew back. "But Ermolai ought to know where they are," exclaimed Koupriane. "Perhaps they have gone, finding out they were discovered." "They have assassinated Ermolai." "Assassinated Ermolai?" "I have seen his body lying in the middle of the drawing room as I leaned over the top of the banister. But they were not in the room, and I was afraid you would run into them, for they may well be hidden in the servants' stairway." "Then open the window, Koupriane, and call your men to deliver us." "I am quite willing," replied Koupriane coldly, "but it is the signal for our deaths." "Well, why do they wait so to make us die?" muttered Feodor Feodorovitch. "I find them very tedious about it for myself. What are you doing, Ivan Petrovitch?" The spectral figure of Ivan Petrovitch, bent beside the door of the stairway, seemed to be hearing things the others could not catch, but which frightened them so that they fled from the general's chamber in disorder. Ivan Petrovitch was close upon them, his eyes almost sticking from his head, his mouth babbling. "They're all there! They're all there!" Athanase Georgevitch opened a window wildly and said: "I'm going to jump." But Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff stopped him with a word: "For me, I shall not leave Feodor Feodorovitch." Athanase and Ivan both felt ashamed and trembling, but brave. They gathered round the general and said: "We will die together. We will die together. We have lived with Feodor Feodorovitch, and we will die with him." "What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for?" grumbled the general. Matrena Petrovna's teeth chattered. "They are waiting for us to go down," said Koupriane. "Very well, let us do it. This thing must end," said Feodor. "Yes, yes," they all said, for the situation was becoming intolerable. "Enough of this. Go on down. Go on down. God, the Virgin, and Saints Peter and Paul protect us. Let us go." The whole group, therefore, went to the main staircase with the movements of drunken men, fantastic waving of the arms, mouths speaking all together, saying things no one but themselves understood. Rouletabille had already hurriedly preceded them, was down the staircase, had time to throw a glance into the drawing room, stepped over Ermolai's huge corpse, entered Natacha's sitting room and her chamber, found all these places deserted, and bounded back into the veranda at the moment the others commenced to descend the steps around Feodor Feodorovitch. The reporter's eyes searched all the dark corners and had perceived nothing suspicious when, in the veranda, he moved a chair. A shadow detached itself from it and glided under the staircase. Rouletabille cried to the group on the stairs: "There, under the staircase!" Then Rouletabille confronted a sight that he could never forget all his life. At this cry they all stopped, after an instinctive move to go back. Feodor Feodorovitch, who was still in Matrena Petrovna's arms, cried: "Vive le Tsar!" And then those whom the reporter half expected to see flee, distracted one way and another, or to throw themselves madly from the height of the steps, abandoning Feodor and Matrena, gathered themselves instead by a spontaneous movement around the general, like a guard of honor in battle around the flag.
Koupriane marched ahead. And they insisted also upon descending the terrible steps slowly, and sang the Bodje Tsara Krani, the national anthem. With an overwhelming roar which shocked earth and sky and the ears of Rouletabille, the entire house seemed lifted in the air. The staircase rose mid flame and smoke, and the group which sang the Bodje Tsara Krani disappeared in a horrible apotheosis. End of chapter 13. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com. Section 14 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 14. The Marshes. They ascertained the next day that there had been 2 explosions, almost simultaneous, one under each staircase. The 2 Nihilists, when they felt themselves discovered and watched by Ermolai, had thrown themselves silently on him as he turned his back in passing them, and strangled him with a piece of twine. Then they separated each to watch one of the staircases, reasoning that Koupriane and General Trebassof would have to decide to descend. The Datcha des Iles was nothing now but a smoking ruin. But from the fact that the living bombs had exploded separately, the destructive effect was diffused, and although there were numerous wounded, as in the case of the attack on the Stylopine datcha, at least no one was killed outright. That is, excepting the 2 Nihilists, of whom no trace could be found save a few rags. Rouletabille had been hurled into the garden, and he was glad enough to escape so, a little shaken, but without a scratch. The group composed of Feodor and his friends were strangely protected by the lightness of the datcha's construction. The iron staircase, which, so to speak, almost hung to the 2 floors, being barely attached at top and bottom, raised under them, and then threw them off as it broke into 1,000 pieces, but only after, by its very yielding, it had protected them from the first force of the bomb. They had risen from the ruins without mortal wounds. Koupriane had a hand badly burned. Athanase Georgievitch had his nose and cheeks seriously hurt. Ivan Petrovitch lost an ear. The most seriously injured was Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, both of whose legs were broken. Extraordinarily enough, the first person who appeared, rising from the midst of the wreckage, was Matrena Petrovna, still holding Feodor in her arms. She had escaped with a few burns, and the general, saved again by the luck of the soldier whom death does not want, was absolutely uninjured. Feodor gave shouts of joy. They strove to quiet him, because, after all, around him some poor wretches had been badly hurt, as well as poor Ermolai, who lay there dead. The domestics in the basement had been more seriously wounded and burned because the main force of the explosion had gone downwards, which had probably saved the personages above. Rouletabille had been taken with the other victims to a neighboring datcha, but as soon as he had shaken himself free of that terrible nightmare he escaped from the place. He really regretted that he was not dead. These successive waves of events had swamped him, and he accused himself alone of all this disaster. With acutest anxiety he had inquired about the condition of each of "his victims." Feodor had not been wounded, but now he was almost delirious, asking every other minute as the hours crept on for Natacha, who had not reappeared. That unhappy girl Rouletabille had steadily believed innocent. Was she a culprit? Ah, if she had only chosen to, if she had had confidence, he cried, raising anguished hands toward heaven, none of all this need have happened. No one would have attacked, and no one would ever again attack the life of Trebassof. For I was not wrong in claiming before Koupriane that the general's life was in my hand, and I had the right to say to him, life for life, give me Matuz and I will give you the general's. And now there has been one more fruitless attempt to kill Feodor Feodorovitch, and it is Natacha's fault. That I swear, because she would not listen to me. And is Natacha implicated in it? Oh, my God! Rouletabille asked this vain question of the divinity, for he expected no more help in answering it on earth. Natacha, innocent or guilty, where was she? What was she doing? To know that, to know if one were right or wrong, and if one were wrong, to disappear, to die.
Thus the unhappy Rouletabille muttered as he walked along the bank of the Neva, not far from the ruins of the poor datcha, where the joyous friends of Feodor Feodorovitch would have no more good dinners. Never. So he soliloquized, his head on fire. And all at once he recovered trace of the young girl, that trace lost earlier, a trace left at her moment of flight, after the poisoning and before the explosion. And had he not in that a terrible coincidence? Because the poison might well have been only in preparation for the final attack, the pretext for the tragic arrival of the two false doctors. Natacha, Natacha, the living mystery surrounded already by so many dead. Not far from the ruins of the datcha, Rouletabille soon made sure that a group of people had been there the night before, coming from the woods near by and returning to them. He was able to be sure of this because the boundaries of the datcha had been guarded by troops and police as soon as the explosion took place, under orders to keep back the crowd that hurried to Eliaguine. He looked attentively at the grass, the ferns, the broken and trampled twigs. Certainly a struggle had occurred there. He could distinguish clearly in the soft earth of a narrow glade the prints of Natacha's two little boots among all the large footprints. He continued his search with his heart heavier and heavier. He had a presentiment that he was on the point of discovering a new misfortune. The footprints passed steadily under the branches along the side of the Neva. From a bush he picked a shred of white cloth, and it seemed to him a veritable battle had taken place there. Torn branches strewed the grass. He went on. Very close to the bank he saw by examination of the soil, where there was no more trace of tiny heels and little shoes, that the woman who had been found there was carried into a boat, of which the place of fastening to the bank was still visible. "They have carried off Natacha!" he cried in a surge of anguish. "Bungler that I am, that is my fault too. All my fault, all my fault. They wish to avenge Michael Nikolaievitch's death, for which they hold Natacha responsible, and they have kidnapped her." His eyes searched the great arm of the river for a boat. The river was deserted. Not a sail. Nothing visible on the dead waters. "What shall I do? What shall I do? I must save her." He resumed his course along the river. Who could give him any useful information? He drew near a little shelter occupied by a guard. The guard was speaking to an officer. Perhaps he had noticed something during his watch that evening along the river. That branch of the river was almost always deserted after the day was over. A boat plying between these shores in the twilight would certainly attract attention. Rouletabille showed the guard the paper Koupriane had given him in the beginning, and with the officer, who turned out to be a police officer, as interpreter, he asked his questions. As a matter of fact, the guard had been sufficiently puzzled by the doings and comings of a light boat which, after disappearing for an instant around the bend of the river, had suddenly rowed swiftly out again and accosted a sailing yacht which appeared at the opening of the gulf. It was one of those small but rapid and elegant sailing crafts such as are seen in the Lachta regattas. Lachta! The Bay of Lachta! The word was a ray of light for the reporter, who recalled now the counsel Gounsovski had given him. "What's the Bay of Lachtka? And tell me, then, if you still believe Natacha is innocent." Gounsovski must have known when he said this that Natacha had embarked in company with the Nihilists, but evidently he was ignorant that she had gone with them under compulsion, as their prisoner. Was it too late to save Natacha? In any case, before he died, he would try in every way possible, so as at least to have kept her as much as he could from the disaster for which he held himself responsible. He ran to the barque, near the point. His voice was firm as he hailed the canoe of the floating restaurant where, thanks to him, Koupriane had been thwarted in impotent anger. He had himself taken to just below Staria Derevnia and jumped out at the spot where he saw little Katharina disappear a few days before. He landed in the mud and climbed on hands and knees up the slope of a roadway which followed the bank. This bank led to the Bay of Lachtka, not far from the frontier of Finland. On Rouletabille's left lay the sea, the immense gulf with slight waves. To his right was the decaying stretch of marsh. Stagnant water stretching to the horizon, coarse grass and reeds, an extraordinary tangle of water plants, small ponds whose greenish scum did not stir under the stiff breeze, water that was heavy and dirty. Along this narrow strip of land, thrust thus between the marsh, the sky, and the sea, he hurried with many stumblings, his eyes fixed on the deserted gulf. Suddenly he turned his head at a singular noise. At first he didn't see anything, but heard in the distance a vague clamoring, while a sort of vapor commenced to rise from the marsh. Then he noticed nearer him the high marsh grasses undulating. Finally he saw a countless flock rising from the bed of the marshes. Beasts, groups of beasts, whose horns one saw like bayonets, jostled each other, trying to keep to the firm land. Many of them swam, and on the backs of some were naked men, stark naked, with hair falling to their shoulders and streaming behind them like manes. They shouted war cries and waved their clubs. Rouletabille stopped short before this prehistoric invasion. He would never have imagined that a few miles from the Nevsky Prospect he could have found himself in the midst of such a spectacle. These savages had not even a loincloth. Where did they come from with their herd? From what remote place in the world, or in old and gone history, had they emerged? And what was this new invasion? What prodigious slaughterhouse awaited these unruly herds? They made a noise like thunder in the marsh. Here were 1,000 unkempt haunches undulating in the marsh like the ocean as a storm approaches. The stark naked men jumped along the route, waving their clubs, crying gutturally in a way the beasts seemed to understand. They worked their way out from the marsh and turned toward the city, leaving behind, to swathe the view of them a while and then fade away, a pestilential haze that hung like an aura about the naked, long-haired men. It was terrible and magnificent. In order not to be shoved into the water, Rouletabille had climbed a small rock that stood beside the route, and had waited there as though petrified himself. When the barbarians had finally passed by, he climbed down again, but the route had become a bog of trampled filth. Happily, he heard the noise of a primitive conveyance behind him. It was a telega. Curiously primitive, the telega is four-wheeled, with two planks thrown crudely across the axle-trees. Rouletabille gave the man who was seated in it 3 roubles and jumped into the planks beside him, and the 2 little Finnish horses, whose manes hung clear to the mud, went like the wind. Such crude conveyances are necessary on such crude roads, but it requires a strong constitution to make a journey on them. Still the reporter felt none of the jolting. He was so intent on the sea and the coast of Lachtka Bay. The vehicle finally reached a wooden bridge across a murky creek. As the day commenced to fade colorlessly, Rouletabille jumped off onto the shore, and his rustic equipage crossed to the Sestroriesk side. It was a corner of land black and somber as his thoughts that he surveyed now. Watch the Bay of Lachtka. The reporter knew that this desolate plain, this impenetrable marsh, this sea which offered the fugitive refuge in innumerable fords, had always been a useful retreat for nihilistic adventurers. 100 legends circulated in St. Petersburg about the mysteries of Lachtka marshes. And that gave him his last hope. Maybe he would be able to run across some revolutionaries, to whom he could explain about Natacha as prudently as possible. He might even see Natacha herself. Gunsovsky could not have spoken vain words to him. Between the Lachtkrinsky marsh and the strand he perceived on the edge of the forest, which run as far as Sestroriesk, a little wooden house whose walls were painted a reddish brown and its roof green. It was not the Russian izba, but the Finnish tuba. However, a Russian sign announced it to be a restaurant. The young man had to take only a few steps to enter it. He was the only customer there. An old man with glasses and a long gray beard, evidently the proprietor of the establishment, stood behind the counter, presiding over the zakouskis. Rouletabille chose some little sandwiches which he placed on a plate. He took a bottle of pivo and made the man understand that later, if it were possible, he would like a good hot supper. The other made a sign that he understood and showed him into an adjoining room which was used for diners. Rouletabille was quite ready enough to die in the face of his failures, but he did not wish to perish from hunger. A table was placed beside a window looking out over the sea and over the entrance to the bay. It could not have been better. With his eye now on the horizon, now on the estuary nearby, he commenced to eat with gloomy avidity. He was inclined to feel sorry for himself, to indulge in self-pity. "Just the same, 2 and 2 always makes 4," he said to himself. "But in my calculations perhaps I have forgotten the surd. Ah, there was a time when I would not have overlooked anything. And even now I haven't overlooked anything if Natacha is innocent." Having literally scoured the plate, he struck the table a great blow with his fist and said, "She is." Just then the door opened. Rouletabille supposed the proprietor of the place was entering. It was Koupriane. He rose, startled. He could not imagine by what mystery the Prefect of Police had made his way here, but he rejoiced from the bottom of his heart, for if he was trying to rescue Natacha from the hands of the revolutionaries, Koupriane would be a valuable ally. He clapped the Prefect on the shoulder. "Well, well," he said almost joyfully. "I certainly did not expect you here. How is your wound?"
"Nichevo. Not worth speaking about. It's nothing."
"And the general, and that frightful night, and those two unfortunates who..."
"Nichevo. Nichevo."
"And poor Ermolai."
"Nichevo. Nichevo. It is nothing."
Rouletabille looked him over. The Prefect of Police had an arm in a sling, but he was bright and shining as a new 10-ruble piece, while he, poor Rouletabille, was so abominably soiled and depressed. Where did he come from? Koupriane understood his look and smiled. "Well, I have just come from the Finland train. It is the best way."
"Well, what can you have come here to do, Excellency?"
"The same thing as you."
"Bah!" exclaimed Rouletabille. "Do you mean to say that you have come here to save Natacha?"
"How? To save her. I came to capture her."
"To capture her?"
"Monsieur Rouletabille, I have a very fine little dungeon in Saints Peter and Paul fortress that is all ready for her."
"You are going to throw Natacha into a dungeon?"
"The Emperor's order, Monsieur Rouletabille. And if you see me here in person, it's simply because His Majesty requires that the thing be done as respectfully and discreetly as possible."
"Natacha in prison?" cried the reporter, who saw horror in all aspects rising before him at one and the same time. "For what reasons, pray?"
"The reason is simple enough. Natacha Feodorovna is the last word in wickedness and doesn't deserve anybody's pity. She is the accomplice of the revolutionaries and the instigator of all the crimes against her father."
"I am sure you are mistaken, Excellency. But how have you been guided to her?"
"Simply by you."
"By me?"
"Yes, we lost all trace of Natacha. But as you had disappeared also, I made up my mind that you could only be occupied in searching for her, and that by finding you I might have the chance to lay my hands on her."
"But I haven't seen any of your men."
"Why, one of them brought you here."
"Me?"
"Yes, you. Didn't you climb onto a telega?"
"Ah, the driver."
"Exactly. I had arranged to have him meet me at the Sestroriesk station. He pointed out the place where you dropped off, and here I am." The reporter bent his head, red with chagrin. Decidedly, the sinister idea that he was responsible for the death of an innocent man and all the ills which had followed out of it had paralyzed his detective talents. He recognized it now. What was the use of struggling? If anyone had told him that he would be played with that way some time, he, Rouletabille, he would have laughed heartily enough then. But now, well, he wasn't capable of anything further. He was his own most cruel enemy. Not only was Natacha in the hands of the revolutionaries through his fault, by his abominable error, but worse yet, in the very moment when he wished to save her, he foolishly, naively, had conducted the police to the very spot where they should have been kept away. It was the depth of his humiliation. Koupriane really pitied the reporter. "Come, don't blame yourself too much," said he. "We would have found Natacha without you. Gounsovski notified us that she was going to embark in the Bay of Lachtka this evening with Priemkov."
"Natacha with Priemkov?" exclaimed Rouletabille. "Natacha with the man who introduced the two living bombs into her father's house? If she is with him, Excellency, it is because she is his prisoner, and that alone will be sufficient to prove her innocence. I thank the heaven that has sent you here."
Koupriane swallowed a glass of vodka, poured another after it, and finally deigned to translate his thought. "Natacha is the friend of these precious men, and we will see them disembark hand in hand."
"Your men, then, haven't studied the traces of the struggle that these precious men have had on the banks of the Neva before they carried away Natacha?"
"Oh, they haven't been hoodwinked. As a matter of fact, the struggle was quite too visible not to have been done for appearance's sake. What a child you are! Can't you see that Natacha's presence in the datcha had become quite too dangerous for that charming young girl after the poisoning of her father and stepmother failed, and at that moment when her comrades were preparing to send General Trebassof a pleasant little gift of dynamite? She arranged to get away and yet to appear kidnapped. It is too simple." Rouletabille raised his head.
"There is something simpler still to imagine than the culpability of Natacha. It is that Priemkov schemed to pour the poison into the flask of vodka, saying to himself that if the poison didn't succeed at least it would make the occasion for introducing his dynamite into the house in the pockets of the doctors that they would go to find."
Koupriane seized Rouletabille's wrist and threw some terrible words at him, looking into the depths of his eyes.
It was not Priemkov who poured the poison, because there was no poison in the flask." Rouletabille, as he heard this extraordinary declaration, rose, more startled than he had ever been in the course of this startling campaign. If there was no poison in the flask, the poison must have been poured directly into the glasses by a person who was in the kiosk. Now, there were only 4 persons in the kiosk, the 2 who were poisoned, and Natacha and himself, Rouletabille. And that kiosk was so perfectly isolated that it was impossible for any other persons than the 4 who were there to pour poison upon the table. "But it is not possible!" he cried. "It is so possible that it is so. Pere Alexis declared that there is no poison in the flask, and I ought to tell you that an analysis I had made after his bears him out. There was no poison either in the small bottle you took to Pere Alexis and into which you yourself had poured the contents of Natacha's glass and yours. No trace of poison excepting in 2 of the 4 glasses. Arsenate of soda was found only on the soiled napkins of Trebassof and his wife, and in the 2 glasses they drank from." "Oh, that is horrible!" muttered the stupefied reporter. "That is horrible, for then the poisoner must be either Natacha or me." "I have every confidence in you," declared Koupriane with a great laugh of satisfaction, striking him on the shoulder. "And I arrest Natacha, and you who love logic ought to be satisfied now." Rouletabille hadn't a word more to say. He sat down again and let his head fall into his hands, like one sleep has seized. "Ah, our young girls, you don't know them. They are terrible, terrible," said Koupriane, lighting a big cigar. "Much more terrible than the boys. In good families the boys still enjoy themselves, but the girls, they read. It goes to their heads. They are ready for anything. They know neither father nor mother. Ah, you are a child. You cannot comprehend. 2 lovely eyes, a melancholy air, a soft low voice, and you are captured. You believe you have before you simply an inoffensive, good little girl. Well, Rouletabille, here is what I will tell you for your instruction. There was the time of the Tchipov attack. The revolutionaries who were assigned to kill Tchipov were disguised as coachmen and footmen. Everything had been carefully prepared, and it would seem that no one could have discovered the bombs in the place they had been stored. Well, do you know the place where those bombs were found? In the rooms of the governor, of Wladomir's daughter. Exactly, my little friend, just there, the rooms of the governor's daughter, Mademoiselle Alexeiev. Ah, these young girls! Besides, it was this same Mademoiselle Alexeiev who so prettily pierced the brain of an honest Swiss merchant who had the misfortune to resemble one of our ministers. If we had hanged that charming young girl earlier, my dear Monsieur Rouletabille, that last catastrophe might have been avoided. A good rope around the neck of all these little females. It is the only way, the only way." A man entered. Rouletabille recognized the driver of the telega. There were some rapid words between the chief and the agent. The man closed the shutters of the room, but through the interstices they would be able to see what went on outside. Then the agent left. Koupriane, as he pushed aside the table that was near the window, said to the reporter, "You had better come to the window. My man has just told me the boat is drawing near. You can watch an interesting sight. We are sure that Natacha is still aboard. The yacht, after the explosion at the datcha, took up 2 men who put off to it in a canoe, and since then it has simply sailed back and forth in the Gulf. We have taken our precautions in Finland, the same as here, and it is here they are going to try to disembark. Keep an eye on them." Koupriane was at his post of observation. Evening slowly fell. The sky was growing grayish black, a tint that blended with the slate-colored sea. To those on the bank, the sound of the men about to die came softly across the water. There was a sail far out. Between the strand and the tuba where Koupriane watched was a ridge, a window, which, however, did not hide the shore or the bay from the Prefect of Police, because at the height where he was, his glance passed at an angle above it. But from the sea this ridge entirely hid anyone who lay in ambush behind it. The reporter watched 50 moujiks, flat on their stomachs, crawling up the ridge, behind 2 of their number whose heads alone topped the ridge. In the line of gaze taken by those 2 heads was the white sail, looming much larger now. The yacht was heeled in the water and glided with real elegance, heading straight on. Suddenly, just when they supposed she was coming straight to shore, the sails fell and a canoe was dropped over the side. 4 men got into it. Then a woman jumped lightly down a little gangway into the canoe. It was Natacha. Koupriane had no difficulty in recognizing her through the gathering darkness. "Ah, my dear Monsieur Rouletabille," said he, See your prisoner of the Nihilists. Notice how she is bound. Her thongs certainly are causing her great pain. These revolutionaries surely are brutes." The truth was that Natacha had gone quite readily to the rudder, and while the others rowed she steered the light boat to the place on the beach that had been pointed out to her. Soon the prow of the canoe touched the sands. There did not seem to be a soul about, and that was the conclusion the men in the canoe, who stood up looking around, seemed to reach. They jumped out, and then it was Natacha's turn. She accepted the hand held out to her, talking pleasantly with the men all the time. She even turned to press the hand of one of them. The group came up across the beach. All this time the watchers in the little eating house could see the false moujiks, who had wriggled on their stomachs to the very edge of the ridge, holding themselves ready to spring. Behind his shutter Koupriane could not restrain an exclamation of triumph. He gradually identified some of the figures in the group and muttered: There is Priemkov himself and the others. Gounsovski is right, and he certainly is well informed. His system is decidedly a good one. What a netful!" He hardly breathed as he watched the outcome. He could discern elsewhere beside the bay, flat on the ground, concealed by the slightest elevation of the soil, other false moujiks. The wood of Sestroriesk was watched in the same way. The group of revolutionaries who strolled behind Natacha stopped to confer. In 3, maybe 2 minutes they would be surrounded, cut off, taken in the trap. Suddenly a gunshot sounded in the night, and the group, with startled speed, turned in their tracks and made silently for the sea, while from all directions poured the concealed agents and threw themselves into the pursuit, jostling each other and crying after the fugitives. But the cries became cries of rage, for the group of revolutionaries gained the beach. They saw Natacha, who was held up by Priemkov himself, reject the aid of the Nihilist, who did not wish to abandon her, in order that he might save himself. She made him go, and seeing that she was going to be taken, stopped short and waited for the enemy stoically, with folded arms. Meanwhile, her 3 companions succeeded in throwing themselves into the canoe and plied the oars hard, while Koupriane's men, in the water up to their chests, discharged their revolvers at the fugitives. The men in the canoe, fearing to wound Natacha, made no reply to the firing. The yacht had sails up by the time they drew alongside and made off like a bird toward the mysterious fords of Finland, audaciously hoisting the black flag of the Revolution. Meanwhile, Koupriane's agents, trembling before his anger, gathered at the eating house. The Prefect of Police let his fury loose on them and treated them like the most infamous of animals. The capture of Natacha was little comfort. He had planned for the whole bag, and his men's stupidity took away all his self-control. If he had had a whip at hand, he would have found prompt solace for his mined hopes. Natacha, standing in a corner, with her face singularly calm, watched this extraordinary scene that was like a menagerie in which the tamer himself had become a wild beast. From another corner Rouletabille kept his eyes fixed on Natacha, who ignored him. Ah, that girl, sphinx to them all, even to him who thought a while ago that he could read things invisible to other vulgar men in her features, in her eyes. The impassive face of that girl whose father they had tried to assassinate only a few hours before, and who had just pressed the hand of Priemkov, the assassin. Once she turned her head slightly toward Rouletabille. The reporter then looked toward her with increased eagerness, his eyes burning as though he would say: "Surely, Natacha, you are not the accomplice of your father's assassins? Surely it was not you who poured the poison?" But Natacha's glance passed the reporter coldly over. Ah, that mysterious cold mask, the mouth with its bitter, impudent smile, an atrocious smile which seemed to say to the reporter: "If it is not I who poured the poison, then it is you." It was the visage common enough to the daughters whom Koupriane had spoken of a little while before, the young girls who read, and their reading done, set themselves to accomplish some terrible thing, some thing because of which from time to time they placed stiff ropes around the necks of these young females. Finally, Koupriane's frenzy wore itself out, and he made a sign. The men filed out in dismal silence. 2 of them remained to guard Natacha. From outside came the sounds of a carriage from Sestroriesk, ready to convey the girl to the dungeons of Saints Peter and Paul. A final gesture from the Prefect of Police, and the rough hands of the 2 guards seized the prisoner's frail wrists. They hustled her along, thrust her outside, jamming her against the doorway, venting thus their anger at the reproaches of their chief. A few seconds later the carriage departed, not to stop until the fortress was reached, with the trickling tombs under the bed of the river, where young girls about to die are confined, who have read too much, without entirely understanding, as Monsieur Kropotkin says. Koupriane prepared to leave in turn.
Rouletabille stopped him. "Excellency, I wish you to tell me why you have shown such anger to your men just now."
"They're brute beasts," cried the Chief of Police, quite beside himself again. "They have made me miss the biggest catch of my life. They threw themselves on the group 2 minutes too early. Some of them fired a gun that they took for the signal, and that served to warn the Nihilists. But I will let them all rot in prison until I learn which one fired that shot."
"You needn't look far for that," said Rouletabille. "I did it."
"You? Then you must have gone outside the touba."
"Yes, in order to warn them. But still I was a little late, since you did take Natacha."
Koupriane's eyes blazed. "You are their accomplice in all this," he hurled at the reporter, "and I'm going to the Tsar for permission to arrest you."
"Hurry then, Excellency," replied the reporter coldly, "because the Nihilists, who also think they have a little account to settle with me, may reach me before you."
And he saluted. End of Chapter 14. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 15 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 15. I have been waiting for you. At the hotel, a note from Gunsovsky.
"Don't forget this time to come tomorrow to have luncheon with me. Warmest regards from Madame Gunsovsky."
Then a horrible sleepless night, shaken with echoes of explosions and the clamor of the wounded, and the solemn shade of Pere Alexis stretching out toward Rouletabille a phial of poison and saying, "Either Natacha or you." Then, rising among the shades, the bloody form of Michael Nikolaievitch, the innocent. In the morning a note from the Marshal of the Court. Monsieur le Marechal had no particular good news evidently, for in terms quite without enthusiasm he invited the young man to luncheon for that same day, rather early, at midday, as he wished to see him once more before he left for France. "I see," said Rouletabille to himself, "Monsieur le Marechal pronounces my expulsion from the country." And he forgot once more the Gunsovsky luncheon. The meeting place named was the great restaurant called the Bear. Rouletabille entered it promptly at noon. He asked the schwitzar if the Grand Marshal of the Court had arrived, and was told no one had seen him yet. They conducted him to the huge main hall, where, however, there was only one person. This man, standing before the table spread with zakouskis, was stuffing himself. At the sound of Rouletabille's step on the floor, this soul-famished patron turned and lifted his hands to heaven as he recognized the reporter. The latter would have given all the roubles in his pocket to have avoided the recognition, but he was already face to face with the advocate so celebrated for his table feats, the amiable Athanase Georgevitch, his head swathed in bandages and dressings, from the midst of which one could perceive distinctly only the eyes and, above all, the mouth. "How goes it, little friend?"
"How are you?"
"Oh, I? There is nothing the matter. In a week we shall have forgotten it."
"What a terrible affair," said the reporter. "I certainly believed we were all dead men."
"No, no, it was nothing. Nichevo."
"And poor Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff with his 2 poor legs broken."
Nichevo. He has plenty of good solid splints that will make him 2 good legs again. Nichevo. Don't you think any more about that. It is nothing. And you have come here to dine? A very celebrated house this. Caracho."
He busied himself to do the honors. One would have said the restaurant belonged to him. He boasted of its architecture and the cuisine à la Française.
"Do you know," he inquired confidently, "a finer restaurant room anywhere in the world?" In fact, it seemed to Rouletabille as he looked up into the high glass arch that he was in a railway station decorated for some illustrious traveler, for there were flowers and plants everywhere. But the visitor whom the ball awaited was the Russian eater, the ogre who never failed to come to eat at the Bear. Pointing out the lines of tables shining with their white cloths and bright silver, Athanase Georgevitch, with his mouth full, said, "Ah, my dear little French monsieur, you should see it at supper time, with the women and the jewels and the music. There is nothing in France that can give you any idea of it. Nothing. The gaiety, the champagne, and the jewels, monsieur, worth millions and millions of roubles. Our women wear them all, everything they have. They are decked like sacred shrines. All the family jewels, from the very bottom of the caskets. It is magnificent, thoroughly Russian, Muscovite. What am I saying? It is Asiatic. Monsieur, in the evening at a fete we are Asiatic. Let me tell you something on the quiet. You notice that this enormous dining hall is surrounded by those windowed balconies? Each of those windows belongs to a separate private room. Well, you see that window there? Yes, there. That is the room of the Grand Duke. Yes, he's the one I mean, a very gay Grand Duke. Do you know, one evening when there was a crowd here, families, monsieur, party families, high-born families, the window of that particular balcony was thrown open and a woman, stark naked as my hand, monsieur, was dropped into the dining hall and ran across it full speed. It was a wager, monsieur, a wager of the jolly Grand Duke's, and the demoiselle won it. But what a scandal! Ah, don't speak of it. That would be very bad form. But sufficiently Asiatic, eh? Truly Asiatic. And something much more unfortunate, you see that table? It happened the Russian New Year Eve at supper. All the beauty, the whole capital was here. Just at midnight the orchestra struck up the Bodja Tsara Krani, footnote, the Russian national anthem, end of footnote, to inaugurate the joyful Russian New Year, and everybody stood up, according to custom, and listened in silence, as loyal subjects should. Well, at that table, accompanying his family, there was a young student, a fine fellow, very correct and in uniform. This unhappy young student, who had risen like everybody else to listen to the Bodja Tsara Krani, inadvertently placed his knee on a chair. Truly, that is not a correct attitude, monsieur, but it really was no reason for killing him, was it? Certainly not. Well, a brute in uniform, an officer quite immaculately gotten up, drew a revolver from his pocket and discharged it at the student point blank. You can imagine the scandal, for the student was dead. There were Paris journalists there, besides, who had never been there before, you see. Monsieur Gaston LEROUX was at that very table. What a scandal! They had a regular battle. They broke carafes over the head of the assassin, for he was neither more or less than an assassin, a drinker of blood, an Asiatic. They picked up the assassin, who was bleeding all over, and carried him off to look after him. As to the dead man, he lay stretched out there under a tablecloth waiting for the police, and those at the tables went on with their drinking. Isn't that Asiatic enough for you? Here a naked woman, there a corpse, and the jewels, and the champagne. What do you say to that? His Excellency, the Grand Marshal of the Court, is waiting for you, monsieur. Rouletabille shook hands with Athanase Georgevitch, who returned to his zakouskis and followed the interpreter to the door of one of the private rooms. The high dignitary was there. With a charm in his politeness of which the high-born Russian possesses the secret over almost everybody else in the world, the marshal intimated to Rouletabille that he had incurred imperial displeasure. You have been denounced by Koupriane, who holds you responsible for the checks he has suffered in this affair. Monsieur Koupriane is right, replied Rouletabille, and His Majesty should believe him, since it is the truth. But don't fear anything from me, Monsieur le Grand Marechal, for I shall not inconvenience Monsieur Koupriane any further, nor anybody else. I shall disappear. I believe Koupriane has already directed to vise your passport. He is very good, and he does himself much harm. All that is a little your fault, Monsieur Rouletabille. We believed we could consider you as a friend, and you have never failed, it appears, on each occasion to give your help to our enemies. Who says that? Koupriane. Oh, it is necessary to be one with us, and you are not one with us. And if you are not for us, you are against us. You understand that, I think. That is the way it has to be. The Terrorists have returned to the methods of the Nihilists, who succeeded altogether too well against Alexander II. When I tell you that they succeeded in placing their messages even in the Imperial Palace... Yes, yes, said Rouletabille vaguely, as though he were already far removed from the contingencies of this world. I know that Tsar Alexander II sometimes found under his napkin a letter announcing his condemnation to death. Monsieur, at the chateau yesterday morning something happened that is perhaps more alarming than the letter found by Alexander II under his napkin. What can it be? Have bombs been discovered? No, it is a bizarre occurrence and almost unbelievable. The eiderdowns, all the eiderdown coverings belonging to the imperial family, disappeared yesterday morning. Footnote. Historically authentic. End of footnote. Surely not.
It is just as I say, and it was impossible to learn what had become of them until yesterday evening, when they were found again in their proper places in the chambers. That is the new mystery." "Certainly. But how were they taken out?" "Shall we ever know? All we found was 2 feathers this morning in the boudoir of the Empress, which leads us to think that the eiderdowns were taken out that way. I am taking the 2 feathers to Koupriane." "Let me see them," asked the reporter. Rouletabille looked them over and handed them back. "And what do you think the whole affair means?" "We are inclined to regard it as a threat by the revolutionaries. If they can carry away the eiderdowns, it will be quite as easy for them to carry away—" "The imperial family? No, I don't think it is that." "What do you mean, then?" "I? Nothing any more. Not only do I not think any more, but I don't wish to. Tell me, Monsieur le Grand Marechal, it is useless, I suppose, to try to see His Majesty before I go?" "What good would that do, monsieur? We know everything now. This Natacha that you defended against Koupriane is proved the culprit. The last affair does not leave that in any reasonable doubt, and she is taken care of from this time on. His Majesty wishes never to hear Natacha spoken of again under any pretext." "What are you going to do with that young girl?" "The Tsar has decided that there shall not be any trial, and that the daughter of Trebassof shall be sent by administrative order to Siberia. The Tsar, monsieur, is very good, for he might have had her hanged. She deserved it." "Yes, yes, the Tsar is very good." "You are very absorbed, Monsieur Rouletabille, and you are not eating." "I have no appetite, Monsieur le Marechal. Tell me, the Emperor must be rather bored at Tsarskoye Coelo." "Oh, he has plenty of work. He rises at 7 o'clock and has a light English luncheon, tea and toast. At 8 o'clock he starts and works till 10. From 10 to 11 he promenades."
"In the jail yard?" asked Rouletabille innocently.
"What's that you say? Ah, you are an enfant terrible. Certainly we do well to send you away. Until 11 he promenades in a pathway of the park. From 11 to 1 he holds audience. Luncheon at 1, then he spends the time till 2:30 with his family."
"What does he eat?"
"Soup. His Majesty is wonderfully fond of soup. He takes it at every meal. After luncheon he smokes, but never a cigar, always cigarettes, gifts of the Sultan, and he only drinks 1 liqueur, maraschino. At 2:30 he goes out again for a little air, always in his park. Then he sets himself to work until 8 o'clock. It is simply frightful work, with heaps of useless papers and numberless signatures. No secretary can spare him that ungrateful bureaucratic duty. He must sign, 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 and read, read, read the reports. It is work without any beginning or end. As soon as some reports go, others arrive. At 8 o'clock, dinner, then more signatures, working right up to 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock he goes to bed."
"And he sleeps to the rhythmical tramp of the guards on patrol?" added Rouletabille bluntly.
"Oh, young man, young man."
"Pardon me, Monsieur le Grand Marechal," said the reporter, rising. "I am indeed a disturbing spirit, and I know that I have nothing more to do in this country. You will not see me any more, Monsieur le Grand Marechal, but before leaving I ought to tell you how much I have been touched by the hospitality of your great nation. That hospitality is sometimes a little dangerous, but it is always magnificent. No other nation in the world knows like the Russians how to receive a man, Your Excellency. I speak as I feel, and that isn't affected by my manner of quitting you, for you know also how to put a man to the door. Adieu, then, without any rancor. My most respectful homage to His Majesty. Ah, just one word more. You will recall that Natacha Feodorovna was engaged to poor Boris Mourazoff? Still another man who has disappeared, and who, before disappearing, charged me to deliver to General Trebassof's daughter this last token, these 2 little ikons. I entrust you with this mission, Monsieur le Grand Marechal. Your servant, Excellency." Rouletabille redescended the great Canouche. "Now," said he to himself, "it is my turn to buy farewell presents." And he made his way slowly across the Place des Grandes Ecuries and the bridge of the Catherine Canal. He entered Aptiekarski Perelouk and pushed open Pere Alexis's door, under the arch at the back of the obscure court. "Health and prosperity, Alexis Hutch."
"Ah, you again, little man? Well, Koupriane has let you know the result of my analyses?"
"Yes, yes. Tell me, Alexis Hutch, you are sure you are not mistaken? You don't think you might be mistaken? Think carefully before you answer. It is a question of life or death."
"For whom?"
"For me."
"For you, good little friend? You want to make your old Pere Alexis laugh or weep?"
"Answer me." "No, I couldn't be mistaken. The thing is as certain as that we two are here. Arsenate of soda in the stains on the 2 napkins, and the traces of arsenate of soda in 2 of the 4 glasses. None in the carafe, none in the little bottle, none in the 2 glasses. I say it before you and before God." "So it is really true. Thank you, Alexis Hutch. Koupriane has not tried to deceive me. There has been nothing of that sort. Well, do you know, Alexis Hutch, who has poured the poison? It is she or I. And as it is not I, it is she. And since it is she, well, I am going to die." "You love her, then?" inquired Pere Alexis. "No," replied Rouletabille with a self-mocking smile. "No, I don't love her. But if it is she who poured the poison, then it was not Michael Nikolaievitch, and it is I who had Michael Nikolaievitch killed. You can see how therefore I must die. Show me your finest images." "Ah, my little one, if you will permit your old Alexis to make you a gift, I would offer these 2 poor ikons that are certainly from the convent of Troitsa at its best period. See how beautiful they are, and old. Have you ever seen so beautiful a Mother of God? And this St. Luke, would you believe that the hand has been mended? Eh? 2 little masterpieces, little friend. If the old masters of Salonika returned to the world, they would be satisfied with their pupils at Troitsa. But you mustn't kill yourself at your age." "Come, Batuxka, little father. I accept your gift, and if I meet the old Salonican masters on the road I am going to travel, I shan't fail to tell them there is no person here below who appreciates them like a certain Pere of Aptekarsky Perelouk, Alexis Hutch." So saying, Rouletabille wrapped up the little ikons and put them in his pocket. The St. Luke would be sure to appeal to his friend Sainclair. As to the Mother of God, that would be his dying gift to the Dame en Noir. "Ah, you are sad, little son, and your voice, as it sounds now, hurts me." Rouletabille turned his head at the sound of 2 moujiks who entered, carrying a long basket. "What do you want?" demanded Pere Alexis in Russian. "And what is that you are bringing in? Do you intend to fill the huge basket with my goods? In that case you are very welcome, and I am your humble servant." But the 2 chuckled. "Yes, yes, we have come to rid your shop of a wretched piece of goods that litters it." "What is this you say?" inquired the old man anxiously, and drawing near Rouletabille. "Little friend, watch these men. I don't recognize their faces, and I can't understand why they have come here." Rouletabille looked at the newcomers, who drew near the counter, after depositing their long basket close to the door. There was a sarcastic and malicious mocking way about them that struck him from the first. But while they kept up their jabbering with Pere Alexis, he filled his pipe and proceeded to light it. Just then the door was pushed open again and 3 men entered, simply dressed, like respectable small merchants. They also acted curiously and looked all around the shop. Pere Alexis grew more and more alarmed, and the others pulled rudely at his beard. "I believe these men here have come to rob me," he cried in French. "What do you say, my son? Shall I call the police?" "Hold on," replied Rouletabille impassively. "They are all armed. They have revolvers in their pockets." Pere Alexis' teeth commenced to chatter. As he tried to get near the door he was roughly pushed back, and a final personage entered, apparently a gentleman, and dressed as such, save that he wore a visored leather cap. "Ah," said he at once in French, "why, it is the young French journalist of the Grand Morskaya Hotel. Salutations and your good health. I see with pleasure that you also appreciate the counsels of our dear Pere Alexis." "Don't listen to him, little friend. I don't know him," cried Alexis Hutch. But the gentleman of the Neva went on. "He is a man close to the first principles of science, and therefore not far from divine. He is a holy man whom it is good to consult at moments when the future appears difficult. He knows how to read as no one else can, Father John of Kronstadt excepted, to be strictly accurate, on the sheets of bullhide, where the dark angels have traced mysterious signs of destiny." Here the gentleman picked up an old pair of boots, which he threw on the counter in the midst of the ikons. "Pere Alexis, perhaps these are not bullhide, but good enough cowhide. Don't you want to read on this cowhide the future of this young man?" But here Rouletabille advanced to the gentleman and blew an enormous cloud of smoke full in his face. "It is useless, monsieur," said Rouletabille, "to waste your time and your breath. I have been waiting for you." End of Chapter 15. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 16 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins.
CHAPTER XVI BEFORE the Revolutionary Tribunal. Only Rouletabille refused to be put into the basket. He would not let them disarm him until they promised to call a carriage. The vehicle rolled into the court, and while Pere Alexis was kept back in his shop at the point of a revolver, Rouletabille quietly got in, smoking his pipe. The man who appeared to be the chief of the band, the gentleman of the Neva, got in too and sat down beside him. The carriage windows were shuttered, preventing all communication with the outside, and only a tiny lantern lighted the interior. They started. The carriage was driven by two men in brown coats trimmed with false astrakhan. The dvornicks saluted, believing it a police affair. The concierge made the sign of the cross. The journey lasted several hours without other incidents than those brought about by the tremendous jolts which threw the two passengers inside one on top of the other. This might have made an opening for conversation, and the gentleman of the Neva tried it, but in vain. Rouletabille would not respond. At one moment, indeed, the gentleman, who was growing bored, became so pressing that the reporter finally said, in the curt tone he always used when he was irritated, "I pray, monsieur, let me smoke my pipe in peace." Upon which the gentleman prudently occupied himself in lowering one of the windows, for it grew stifling. Finally, after much jolting, there was a stop while the horses were changed, and the gentleman asked Rouletabille to let himself be blindfolded. "The moment has come. They are going to hang me without any form of trial," thought the reporter. And when, blindfolded with the bandage, he felt himself lifted under the arms, there was revolt of his whole being, that being which, now that it was on the point of dying, did not wish to cease. Rouletabille would have believed himself stronger, more courageous, more stoical at least. But blind instinct swept all of this away, that instinct of conservation which had no concern with the minor bravados of the reporter, no concern with the fine heroic manner of the determined pose to die finally, because the instinct of conservation, which is, as its rigid name indicates, essentially materialistic, demands only, thinks of nothing but, to live. And it was that instinct which made Rouletabille's last pipe die out unpuffed. The young man was furious with himself, and he grew pale with the fear that he might not succeed in mastering this emotion. He took fierce hold of himself and his members, which had stiffened at the contact of seizure by rough hands, relaxed, and he allowed himself to be led. Truly, he was disgusted with his faintness and weakness. He had seen men die who knew they were going to die. His task as reporter had led him more than once to the foot of the guillotine, and the wretches he had seen there had died bravely. Extraordinarily enough, the most criminal had ordinarily met death most bravely. Of course, they had had leisure to prepare themselves, thinking a long time in advance of that supreme moment. But they affronted death, came to it almost negligently, found strength even to say banal or taunting things to those around them. He recalled above all a boy of 18 years old who had cowardly murdered an old woman and two children in a back country farm, and had walked to his death without a tremor, talking reassuringly to the priest and the police official, who walked almost sick with horror on either side of him. Could he, then, not be as brave as that child? They made him mount some steps, and he felt that he had entered the stuffy atmosphere of a closed room. Then someone removed the bandage. He was in a room of sinister aspect, and in the midst of a rather large company. Within these naked, neglected walls there were about 30 young men, some of them apparently quite as young as Rouletabille, with candid blue eyes and pale complexions. The others, older men, were of the physical type of Christs, not the animated Christs of Occidental painters, but those that are seen on the panels of the Byzantine school or fastened on the icons, sculptures of silver or gold. Their long hair, deeply parted in the middle, fell upon their shoulders in curl-tipped golden masses. Some leaned against the wall, erect and motionless. Others were seated on the floor, their legs crossed. Most of them were in winter coats, bought in the bazaars. But there were also men from the country, with their skins of beasts, their sayons, their touloupes. One of them had his legs laced about with cords and was shod with twined willow twigs. The contrast afforded by various ones of these grave and attentive figures showed that representatives from the entire revolutionary party were present. At the back of the room, behind a table, 3 young men were seated, and the oldest of them was not more than 25 and had the benign beauty of Christ on feast days, canopied by consecrated palms. In the center of the room a small table stood, quite bare and without any apparent purpose. On the right was another table with paper, pens and inkstands. It was there that Rouletabille was conducted and asked to be seated. Then he saw that another man was at his side who was required to keep standing. His face was pale and desperate, very drawn. His eyes burned somberly. In spite of the panic that deformed his features, Rouletabille recognized one of the unintroduced friends whom Gounsovski had brought with him to the supper at Krestowski. Evidently, since then, the always threatening misfortune had fallen upon him. They were proceeding with his trial. The one who seemed to preside over these strange sessions pronounced a name. "Annouchka!" A door opened and Annouchka appeared. Rouletabille hardly recognized her. She was so strangely dressed, like the Russian poor, with her under jacket of red flannel and the handkerchief which, knotted under her chin, covered all her beautiful hair. She immediately testified in Russian against the man, who protested until they compelled him to be silent. She drew from her pocket papers which were read aloud and which appeared to crush the accused. He fell back onto his seat. He shivered. He hid his head in his hands, and Rouletabille saw the hands tremble. The man kept that position while the other witnesses were heard, their testimony arousing murmurs of indignation that were quickly checked. Annouchka had gone to take her place with the others against the wall, in the shadows which more and more invaded the room at this ending of a lugubrious day. 2 windows reaching to the floor let a wan light creep with difficulty through their dirty panes, making a vague twilight in the room. Soon nothing could be seen of the motionless figures against the wall, much as the faces fade in the frescoes from which the centuries have effaced the colors in the depths of orthodox convents. Now someone from the depths of the shadow and the appalling silence read something. The verdict, doubtless. The voice ceased. Then some of the figures detached themselves from the wall and advanced. The man who crouched near Rouletabille rose in a savage bound and cried out rapidly, wild words, supplicating words, menacing words. And then nothing more but strangling gasps. The figures that had moved out from the wall had clutched his throat. The reporter said, "It is cowardly." Annouchka's voice, low from the depths of the shadow, replied, "It is just." But Rouletabille was satisfied with having said that, for he had proved to himself that he could still speak. His emotion had been such, since they had pushed him into the center of this sinister and expeditious revolutionary assembly of justice, that he thought of nothing but the terror of not being able to speak to them, to say something to them, no matter what, which would prove to them that he had no fear. Well, that was over. He had not failed to say, "That is cowardly." And he crossed his arms. But he soon had to turn away his head in order not to see the use the table was put to that stood in the center of the room, where it had seemed to serve no purpose. They had lifted the man, still struggling, up onto the little table. They placed a rope about his neck. Then one of the judges, one of the blond young men who seemed no older than Rouletabille, climbed on the table and slipped the other end of the rope through a great ring bolt that projected from a beam of the ceiling. During this time the man struggled futilely, and his death rattle rose at last through the continuing noise of his resistance and its overcoming. But his last breath came with so violent a shake of the body that the whole death apparatus, rope and ring bolts, separated from the ceiling and rolled to the ground with the dead man. Rouletabille uttered a cry of horror. "You are assassins!" he cried. But was the man surely dead? It was this that the pale figures with yellow hair set themselves to make sure of. He was. Then they brought 2 sacks, and the dead man was slipped into one of them. Rouletabille said to them, "You are braver when you kill by an explosion, you know." He regretted bitterly that he had not died the night before in the explosion. He did not feel very brave. He talked to them bravely enough, but he trembled as his time approached. That death horrified him. He tried to keep from looking at the other sack. He took the 2 icons, of St. Luke and of the Virgin, from his pocket and prayed to them. He thought of the lady in black and wept. A voice in the shadows said, "He is crying, the poor little fellow." It was Annouchka's voice. Rouletabille dried his tears and said, "Messieurs, one of you must have a mother." But all the voices cried, "No, no, we have mothers no more." "They have killed them," cried some. "They have sent them to Siberia," cried others. "Well, I have a mother still," said the poor lad. "I will not have the opportunity to embrace her.
It is a mother that I lost the day of my birth and that I have found again. But, I suppose it is to be said, on the day of my death, I shall not see her again. I have a friend. I shall not see him again either. I have two little ikons here for them, and I am going to write a letter to each of them, if you will permit it. Swear to me that you will see these reach them." "I swear it," said, in French, the voice of Annouchka. "Thanks, madame. You are kind. And now, messieurs, that is all I ask of you. I know I am here to reply to very grave accusations. Permit me to say to you at once that I admit them all to be well founded. Consequently, there need be no discussion between us. I have deserved death and I accept it. So permit me not to concern myself with what will be going on here. I ask of you simply, as a last favor, not to hasten your preparations too much, so that I may be able to finish my letters." Upon which, satisfied with himself this time, he sat down again and commenced to write rapidly. They left him in peace as he desired. He did not raise his head once, even at the moment when a murmur louder than usual showed that the hearers regarded Rouletabille's crimes with especial detestation. He had the happiness of having entirely completed his correspondence once, when they asked him to rise to hear judgment pronounced upon him. The supreme communion that he had just had with his friend Sainclair and with the dear lady in black restored all his spirit to him. He listened respectfully to the sentence which condemned him to death, though he was busy sliding his tongue along the gummed edge of his envelope. These were the counts on which he was to be hanged. 1. Because he had come to Russia and mixed in affairs that did not concern his nationality, and had done this in spite of warning to remain in France. 2. Because he had not kept the promises of neutrality he freely made to a representative of the Central Revolutionary Committee. 3. For trying to penetrate the mystery of the Trebassof dacha. 4. For having Comrade Mathieu whipped and imprisoned by Koupriane. 5. For having denounced to Koupriane the identity of the two doctors who had been assigned to kill General Trebassof. 6. For having caused the arrest of Natacha Feodorovna. It was a list longer than was needed for his doom. Rouletabille kissed his ikons and handed them to Annouchka along with the letters. Then he declared, with his lips trembling slightly and a cold sweat on his forehead, that he was ready to submit to his fate. End of chapter 16. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 17 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 17. The Last Cravat. The gentleman of the Neva said to him, "If you have nothing further to say, we will go into the courtyard." Rouletabille understood at last that hanging him in the room where judgment had been pronounced was rendered impossible by the violence of the prisoner just executed. Not only the rope and the ring bolt had been torn away, but part of the beam had splintered. "There is nothing more," replied Rouletabille. He was mistaken. Something occurred to him. An idea flashed so suddenly that he became white as his shirt, and had to lean on the arm of the gentleman of the Neva in order to accompany him. The door was open. All the men who had voted his death filed out in gloomy silence. The gentleman of the Neva, who seemed charged with the last offices for the prisoner, pushed him gently out into the court. It was vast and surrounded by a high board wall. Some small buildings with closed doors stood to right and left. A high chimney, partially demolished, rose from one corner. Rouletabille decided the whole place was part of some old abandoned mill. Above his head the sky was pale as a winding sheet. A thunderous, intermittent, rhythmical noise apprised him that he could not be far from the sea. He had plenty of time to note all these things, for they had stopped the march to execution a moment and had made him sit down in the open courtyard on an old box. A few steps away from him, under the shed where he certainly was going to be hanged, a man got upon a stool, the stool that would serve Rouletabille a few moments later, with his arm raised, and drove with a few blows of a mallet a great ring bolt into a beam above his head. The reporter's eyes, which had not lost their habit of taking everything in, rested again on a coarse canvas sack that lay on the ground. The young man felt a slight tremor, for he saw quickly that the sack swathed a human form.
He turned his head away, but only to confront another empty sack that was intended for him. Then he closed his eyes. The sound of music came from somewhere outside, notes of the balalaika. He said to himself, "Well, we certainly are in Finland," for he knew that if the guzla is Russian, the balalaika certainly is Finnish. It is a kind of accordion that the peasants pick plaintively in the doorways of their tubas. He had seen and heard them the afternoon that he went to Pergalovo, and also a little further away, on the Viborg line. He pictured to himself the ruined structure where he now found himself, shut in with the Revolutionary Tribunal, as it must appear from the outside to passers-by. Unsinister, like many others near it, sheltering under its decaying roof a few homes of humble workers, resting now as they played the balalaika at their thresholds, with the day's labor over. And suddenly, from the ineffable peace of his last evening, while the balalaika mourned and the man overhead tested the solidity of his ring bolt, a voice outside, the grave, deep voice of Annouchka, sang for the little Frenchman. For whom weave we now the crown of lilac rose in time? When my hand falls lingering down, who then will bring your crown of lilac rose and thyme? Oh, that someone among you would hear and come, and my lonely hand would press and shed the friendly tear, for alone at the end I stand. Who now will bring the crown of lilac rose and thyme? Rouletabille listened to the voice dying away with the last sob of the balalaika. "It is too sad," he said, rising. "Let us go," and he wavered a little. They came to search him. All was ready above. They pushed him gently toward the shed. When he was under the ring bolt, near the stool, they made him turn around, and they read him something in Russian, doubtless less for him than for those there who did not understand French. Rouletabille had hard work to hold himself erect. The gentleman of the Neva said to him further, "Monsieur, we now read you the final formula. It asks you to say whether before you die you have anything you wish to add to what we know concerning the sentence which has been passed upon you." Rouletabille thought that his saliva, which at that moment he had the greatest difficulty in swallowing, would not permit him to utter a word. But disdain of such a weakness, when he recalled the coolness of so many illustrious condemned people in their last moments, brought him the last strength needed to maintain his reputation. "Why," said he, "this sentence is not wrongly drawn up. I blame it only for being too short. Why has there been no mention of the crime I committed in contriving the tragic death of poor Michael Korsakoff?" "Michael Korsakoff was a wretch," pronounced the vindictive voice of the young man who had presided at the trial, and who at this supreme moment happened to be face to face with Rouletabille. "Koupriane's police, by killing that man, ridded us of a traitor." Rouletabille uttered a cry of joy, and while he had some reason for believing that at the point he had reached now of his too short career only misfortune could befall him, yet here Providence, in his infinite grace, sent him before he died this ineffable consolation, the certainty that he had not been mistaken. "Pardon, pardon," he murmured in an excess of joy which stifled him almost as much as the wretched rope would shortly do that they were getting ready behind him. "Pardon, 1 second yet, one little second. Then, messieurs, then we are agreed in that, are we? This Michael Nikolaievitch, was the last of the traitors?" "The first," said the heavy voice. "It is the same thing, my dear monsieur. A traitor, a wretched traitor," continued Rouletabille. "A poisoner," replied the voice. "A vulgar poisoner. Is that not so? But tell me how a vulgar poisoner who, under cover of nihilism, worked for his own petty ends, worked for himself and betrayed you all." Now Rouletabille's voice rose like a fanfare. Someone said, "He did not deceive us long. Our enemies themselves undertook his punishment." "It was I," cried Rouletabille, radiant again. "It was I who wound up that career. I tell you that was managed right. It was I who rid you of him. Ah, I knew well enough, messieurs, at the bottom of my heart, I knew that I could not be mistaken. 2 and 2 make 4 always, don't they? And Rouletabille is always Rouletabille. Messieurs, it is right, after all." but it was probable that it was also all wrong, for the gentleman of the Neva came up to him hat in hand and said: "Monsieur, you know now why the witnesses at your trial did not raise a fact against you that, on the contrary, was entirely in your favor. Now it only remains for us to execute the sentence which is entirely justified on other grounds." "Ah, but wait a little. What the devil? Now that I am sure I have not been mistaken and that I have been myself, Rouletabille, all the time, I cling to life a little, oh, very much." A hostile murmur showed the condemned man that the patience of his judges was getting near its limit. "Monsieur," interposed the President, "we know that you do not belong to the orthodox religion, nevertheless we will bring a priest if you wish it." "Yes, yes, that is it, go for the priest," cried Rouletabille, and he said to himself, "It is so much time gained." One of the revolutionaries started over to a little cabin that had been transformed into a chapel, while the rest of them looked at the reporter with a good deal less sympathy than they had been showing. If his bravado had impressed them agreeably in the trial room, they were beginning to be rather disgusted by his cries, his protestations, and all the maneuvers by which he so apparently was trying to hold off the hour of his death. But all at once Rouletabille jumped up onto the fatal stool. They believed he had decided finally to make an end of the comedy and die with dignity, but he had mounted there only to give them a discourse. "Messieurs, understand me now. If it is true that you are not suppressing me in order to avenge Michael Nikolaievitch, then why do you hang me? Why do you inflict this odious punishment on me? Because you accuse me of causing Natacha Feodorovna's arrest? Truly, I have been awkward, of that, and that alone I accuse myself." "It was you, with your revolver, who gave the signal to Koupriane's agents. You have done the dirty work for the police." Rouletabille tried vainly to protest, to explain, to say that his revolver shot, on the contrary, had saved the revolutionaries. But no one cared to listen, and no one believed him. "Here is the priest, monsieur," said the gentleman of the Neva. "One second. These are my last words, and I swear to you that after this I will pass the rope about my neck myself. But listen to me. Listen to me closely. Natacha Feodorovna was the most precious recruit you had, was she not?" "A veritable treasure," declared the President, his voice more and more impatient. "It was a terrible blow, then," continued the reporter. "A terrible blow for you, this arrest?" "Terrible," some of them ejaculated. "Do not interrupt me. Very well, then, I am going to say this to you. If I ward off this blow, if after having been the unintentional cause of Natacha's arrest, I have the daughter of General Trebassof set at liberty, and that within 24 hours, what do you say? Would you still hang me?" The President, he who had the Christ-like countenance, said: "Messieurs, Natacha Feodorovna has fallen the victim of terrible machinations whose mystery we so far have not been able to penetrate. She is accused of trying to poison her father and her stepmother, and under such conditions that it seems impossible for human reason to demonstrate the contrary. Natacha Feodorovna herself, crushed by the tragic occurrence, was not able to answer her accusers at all, and her silence has been taken for a confession of guilt. Messieurs, Natacha Feodorovna will be started for Siberia tomorrow. We can do nothing for her. Natacha Feodorovna is lost to us." Then, with a gesture to those who surrounded Rouletabille: "Do your duty, messieurs." "Pardon, pardon. But if I do prove the innocence of Natacha, just wait, messieurs. There is only I who can prove that innocence. You lose Natacha by killing me." "If you had been able to prove that innocence, monsieur, the thing would already be done. You would not have waited." "Pardon, pardon. It is only at this moment that I have become able to do it." "How is that?" "It is because I was sick, you see, very seriously sick. That affair of Michael Nikolaievitch and the poison that still continued after he was dead simply robbed me of all my powers. Now that I am sure I have not been the means of killing an innocent man, I am Rouletabille again. It is not possible that I shall not find the way, that I shall not see through this mystery." The terrible voice of the Christ-like figure said monotonously: "Do your duty, messieurs." "Pardon, pardon. This is of great importance to you, and the proof is that you have not yet hanged me. You were not so procrastinating with my predecessor, were you? You have listened to me because you have hoped. Very well. Let me think. Let me consider. Oh, the devil! I was there myself at the fatal luncheon, and I know better than anyone else all that happened there. 5 minutes. I demand 5 minutes of you. It is not much. 5 little minutes." These last words of the condemned man seemed to singularly influence the revolutionaries. They looked at one another in silence. Then the President took out his watch and said: "5 minutes. We grant them to you." "Put your watch here on this nail. It is 5 minutes to 7, eh? You will give me until the hour?" "Yes, until the hour. The watch itself will strike when the hour has come." "Ah, it strikes. Like the general's watch, then. Very well. Here we are." Then there was the curious spectacle of Rouletabille standing on the hangman's stool, the fatal rope hanging above his head, his legs crossed, his elbow on his knees in that eternal attitude which art has always given to human thought, his fists under his jaws, his eyes fixed all around him, all those young men intent on his silence, not moving a muscle, turned into statues themselves that they might not disturb the statue which thought and thought. End of Chapter 17. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 18 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 18. A Singular Experience. The 5 minutes ticked away, and the watch commenced to strike the hour's 7 strokes. Did it sound the death of Rouletabille? Perhaps not, for at the first silver tinkle they saw Rouletabille shake himself and raise his head, with his face alight and his eyes shining. They saw him stand up, spread out his arms, and cry, "I have found it!" Such joy shone in his countenance that there seemed to be an aureole around him, and none of those there doubted that he had the solution of the impossible problem. "I have found it! I have found it!" They gathered around him. He waved them away as in a waking dream. "Give me room! I have found it, if my experiment works out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5." What was he doing? He counted his steps now, in long paces, as in dueling preliminaries. And the others, all of them, followed him in silence, puzzled but without protest, as if they too were caught in the same strange daydream. Steadily counting his steps, he crossed thus the court, which was vast. 40, 41, 42, he cried excitedly. "This is certainly strange and very promising." The others, although they did not understand, refrained from questioning him, for they saw there was nothing to do but let him go ahead without interruption, just as care is taken not to wake a somnambulist abruptly. They had no mistrust of his motives, for the idea was simply untenable that Rouletabille was fool enough to hope to save himself from them by an imbecile subterfuge. No, they yielded to the impression his inspired countenance gave them, and several were so affected that they unconsciously repeated his gestures. Thus Rouletabille reached the edge of the court where judgment had been pronounced against him. There he had to mount a rickety flight of stairs, whose steps he counted. He reached a corridor, but moving away from the side where the door was opening to the exterior, he turned toward a staircase leading to the upper floor, and still counted the steps as he climbed them. Some of the company followed him, others hurried ahead of him, but he did not seem aware of either the one or the other as he walked along, living only in his thoughts. He reached the landing place, hesitated, pushed open a door, and found himself in a room furnished with a table, 2 chairs, a mattress, and a huge cupboard. He went to the cupboard, turned the key, and opened it. The cupboard was empty. He closed it again and put the key in his pocket. Then he went out onto the landing place again. There he asked for the key of the chamber door he had just left. They gave it to him, and he locked that door and put that key also in his pocket. Now he returned into the court. He asked for a chair. It was brought to him. Immediately he placed his head in his hands, thinking hard, took the chair and carried it over a little behind the shed. The Nihilists watched everything he did, and they did not smile, because men do not smile when death waits at the end of things, however foolish. Finally Rouletabille spoke. "Messieurs," he said, his voice low and shaken, because he knew that now he touched the decisive minute, after which there could only be an irrevocable fate. "Messieurs, in order to continue my experiment, I am obliged to go through movements that might suggest to you the idea of an attempt at escape or evasion.
I hope you don't regard me as fool enough to have any such thought." "Oh, monsieur," said the chief, "you are free to go through all the maneuvers you wish. No one escapes us. Outside we should have you within arm's reach, quite as well as here. And besides, it is entirely impossible to escape from here." "Very well. Then it is understood. In such a case, I ask you now to remain just where you are and not to budge, whatever I do, if you don't wish to inconvenience me. Only please send someone now up to the next floor, where I am going to go again, and let him watch what happens from there, but without interfering. And don't speak a word to me during the experiment." Two of the revolutionaries went to the upper floor, and opened a window in order to keep track of what went on in the court. All now showed their intense interest in the acts and gestures of Rouletabille. The reporter placed himself in the shed, between his death stool and his hanging rope. "Ready," said he. "I am going to begin." And suddenly he jumped like a wild man, crossed the court in a straight line like a flash, disappeared in the touba, bounded up the staircase, felt in his pocket and drew out the keys, opened the door of the chamber he had locked, closed it and locked it again, turned right about face, came down again in the same haste, reached the court, and this time swerved to the chair, went around it, still running, and returned at the same speed to the shed. He no sooner reached there than he uttered a cry of triumph as he glanced at the watch hanging from a post. "I have won," he said, and threw himself with a happy thrill upon the fatal scaffold. They surrounded him, and he read the liveliest curiosity in all their faces. Panting still from his mad dash, he asked for 2 words apart with the chief of the secret committee. The man who had pronounced judgment and who had the bearing of Jesus advanced, and there was a brief exchange of words between the 2 young men. The others drew back and waited at a distance, in impressive silence, the outcome of this mysterious colloquy, which certainly would settle Rouletabille's fate. "Messieurs," said the chief, "the young Frenchman is going to be allowed to leave. We give him 24 hours to set Natacha Feodorovna free. In 24 hours, if he has not succeeded, he will return here to give himself up." A happy murmur greeted these words. The moment their chief spoke thus, they felt sure of Natacha's fate. The chief added: "As the liberation of Natacha Feodorovna will be followed, the young Frenchman says, by that of our companion Mathieu, we decide that, if these 2 conditions are fulfilled, M. Joseph Rouletabille is allowed to return in entire security to France, which he ought never to have left." 2 or 3 only of the group said: "That lad is playing with us. It is not possible." But the chief declared: "Let the lad try. He accomplishes miracles." End of Chapter 18. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 19 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston LEROUX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 19. The Czar. "I have escaped by remarkable luck," cried Rouletabille as he found himself in the middle of the night at the corner of the Catherine and the Aptekarsky Perelouk canals, while the mysterious carriage which had brought him there returned rapidly toward the Grand Écurie. What a country! What a country! He ran a little way to the Grand Morskaya, which was near, entered the hotel like a bomb, dragged the interpreter from his bed, demanded that his bill be made out, and that he be told the time of the next train for Tsarskoye Coelo. The interpreter told him that he could not have his bill at such an hour, that he could not leave town without his passport, and that there was no train for Tsarskoye Coelo, and Rouletabille made an outcry that woke the whole hotel. The guests, fearing always un scandale, kept close to their rooms. But Monsieur le Directeur came down, trembling. When he found all that it was about, he was inclined to be peremptory, but Rouletabille, who had seen Michael Strogoff played, cried, "Service of the Tsar," which turned him submissive as a sheep. He made out the young man's bill and gave him his passport, which had been brought back by the police during the afternoon. Rouletabille rapidly wrote a message to Koupriane's address, which the messenger was directed to have delivered without a moment's delay, under the pain of death. The manager humbly promised, and the reporter did not explain that by pain of death he referred to his own. Then, having ascertained that as a matter of fact the last train had left for Tsarskoye Coelo,
He ordered a carriage and hurried to his room to pack. And he, ordinarily so detailed, so particular in his affairs, threw things every which way, linen, garments, with kicks and shoves. It was a relief after the emotions he had gone through. "What a country!" he never ceased to ejaculate. "What a country!" Then the carriage was ready, with two little Finnish horses whose gait he knew well, an evil-looking driver who none the less would get him there, the trunk, roubles to the domestics. "Spasibo, barina, spasibo." (Thank you, monsieur, thank you.) The interpreter asked what address he should give the driver. "The home of the Tsar." The interpreter hesitated, believing it to be an unbecoming pleasantry, then waved vaguely to the driver, and the horses started. "What a curious trot! We have no idea of that in France," thought Rouletabille. "France, France, Paris. Is it possible that soon I shall be back? And that dear lady in black. Ah, at the first opportunity I must send her a dispatch of my return, before she receives those ikons and the letters announcing my death. Scan, scan, scan! Hurry!" The isvotchick pounded his horses, crowding past the dvornicks who watched at the corners of the houses during the St. Petersburg night. "Dirigi, dirigi, dirigi! Look out!" The country, somber in the somber night, the vast open country, what monotonous desolation! Rapidly, through the vast silent spaces, the little car glided over the lonely route into the black arms of the pines. Rouletabille, holding on to his seat, looked about him. God, this is as sad as a funeral display. Little frozen huts, no larger than tombs, occasionally indicated the road. But there was no mark of life in that country except the noise of the journey and the two beasts with steaming coats. Crack! One of the shafts broken. What a country! To hear Rouletabille, one would suppose that only in Russia could the shaft of a carriage break. The repair was difficult and crude with bits of rope. And from then on the journey was slow and cautious after the frenzied speed. In vain Rouletabille reasoned with himself. You will arrive anyway before morning. You cannot wake the Emperor in the dead of night. His impatience knew no reason. What a country! What a country! After some other petty adventures, they ran into a ravine and had tremendous difficulty rescuing the trunk, they arrived at Tsarskoye Coelo at 7:15. Even here the country was not pleasant. Rouletabille recalled the bright awakening of the French country. Here it seemed there was something more dead than death. It was this little city with its streets where no one passed, not a soul, not a phantom, with its houses so impenetrable, the windows even of glazed glass and further blinded by the morning hoarfrost shutting out light more thoroughly than closed eyelids. Behind them he pictured to himself a world unknown, a world which neither spoke nor wept, nor laughed, a world in which no living chord resounded. What a country! Where is the chateau? I do not know. I have been here only once, in the marshal's carriage. I do not know the way. Not the great palace. The idiot of the driver has brought me to this great palace in order to see it, I haven't a doubt. Does Rouletabille look like a tourist? Durak! The home of the Tsar, I tell you, the Tsar's residence, the place where the Little Father lives, chez Batushka. The driver lashed his ponies. He drove past all the streets. "Stoy! Stop!" cried Rouletabille. A gate. A soldier, musket at shoulder, bayonet in play. Another gate. Another soldier. Another bayonet. A park with walls around it, and around the walls more soldiers. No mistake, here is the place, thought Rouletabille. There was only one prisoner for whom such pains would be taken. He advanced towards the gate. Ah! They crossed bayonets under his nose. Halt! No fooling, Joseph Rouletabille of L'Epoque. A subaltern came from a guard house and advanced toward him. Explanation evidently was going to be difficult. The young man saw that if he demanded to see the Tsar they would think him crazed, and that would further complicate matters. He asked for the Grand Marshal of the court. They replied that he could get the marshal's address in Tsarskoye. But the subaltern turned his head. He saw someone advancing. It was the Grand Marshal himself. Some exceptional service called him, without doubt, very early to the court. "Why, what are you doing here? You are not gone yet, then, Monsieur Rouletabille?" "Politeness before everything, Monsieur le Grand Marechal. I would not go before saying au revoir to the Emperor. Be so good, since you are going to him and he has risen you yourself have told me he rises at 7. Be so good as to say to him that I wish to pay my respects before leaving." "Your scheme, doubtless, is to speak to him once more regarding Natacha Feodorovna?" "Not at all. Tell him, Excellency, that I am come to explain the mystery of the Eiderdowns." Ah, the Eiderdowns. You know something?" "I know all." The Grand Marshal saw that the young man did not pretend. He asked him to wait a few minutes, and vanished into the park. A quarter of an hour later, Joseph Rouletabille of the journal L'Epoque was admitted into the cabinet that he knew well from the first interview he had had there with His Majesty. The simple workroom of a country house, a few pictures on the walls, portraits of the Tsarina and the imperial children on the table, Oriental cigarettes in the tiny gold cups. Rouletabille was far from feeling any assurance, for the Grand Marshal had said to him, "Be cautious. The Emperor is in a terrible humor about you." A door opened and closed. The Tsar made a sign to the Marshal, who disappeared. Rouletabille bowed low, then watched the Emperor closely. Quite apparently His Majesty was displeased. The face of the Tsar, ordinarily so calm, so pleasant and smiling, was severe, and his eyes had an angry light. He seated himself and lighted a cigarette. "Monsieur," he commenced, "I am not otherwise sorry to see you before your departure in order to say to you myself that I am not at all pleased with you. If you were one of my subjects, I would have already started you on the road to the Ural Mountains." "I remove myself farther, Sire." "Monsieur, I pray you not to interrupt me and not to speak unless I ask you a question." "Oh, pardon, Sire, pardon." "I am not duped by the pretext you have offered Monsieur le Grand Marechal in order to penetrate here." "It is not a pretext, Sire." "Again." "Oh, pardon, Sire, pardon." "I say to you that, called here to aid me against my enemies, they themselves have not found a stronger or more criminal support than in you." "Of what am I accused, Sire?" "Koupriane." "Ah, pardon." "My Chief of Police justly complains that you have traversed all his designs, and that you have taken it upon yourself to ruin them. First you removed his agents, who inconvenienced you, it seems. Then, the moment that he had the proof in hand of the abominable alliance of Natacha Feodorovna with the Nihilists, who attempted the assassination of her father, your intervention has permitted that proof to escape him. And you have boasted of the feat, monsieur, so that we can only consider you responsible for the attempts that followed. Without you, Natacha would not have attempted to poison her father. Without you, they would not have sent to find physicians who could blow up the Dasha des Îles. Finally, no later than yesterday, when this faithful servant of mine had set a trap they could not have escaped from, you have had the audacity, you, to warn them of it. They owe their escape to you. Monsieur, these are attempts against the security of the state which deserves the heaviest punishment. Why, you went out one day from here promising me to save General Trebassof from all the plotting assassins who lurked about him, and then you play the game of the assassins. Your conduct is as miserable as that of Natacha Feodorovna is monstrous." The Emperor ceased, and looked at Rouletabille, who had not lowered his eyes. "What can you say for yourself? Speak now." "I can only say to your Majesty that I come to take leave of you because my task here is finished. I have promised you the life of General Trebassof, and I bring it to you. He runs no danger any more. I say further to your Majesty that there exists nowhere in the world a daughter more devoted to her father, even to the death, a daughter more sublime than Natacha Feodorovna, nor more innocent." "Be careful, monsieur. I inform you that I have studied this affair personally and very closely. You have the proofs of these statements you advance?" "Yes, Sire." "And I have the proofs that Natacha Feodorovna is a renegade." At this contradiction, uttered in a firm voice, the Emperor stirred, a flush of anger and of outraged majesty on his face. But after this first movement he succeeded in controlling himself, opened a drawer brusquely, took out some papers and threw them on the table. "Here they are." Rouletabille reached for the papers. "You do not read Russian, monsieur. I will translate their purport for you. Know, then, that there has been a mysterious exchange of letters between Natacha Feodorovna and the Central Revolutionary Committee, and that these letters show the daughter of General Trebassof to be in perfect accord with the assassins of her father for the execution of their abominable project." "The death of the general? I declare to your Majesty that that is not possible." "Obstinate man, I will read." "Useless, Sire. It is impossible. There may be in them the question of a project, but I am greatly surprised if these conspirators have been sufficiently imprudent to write in those letters that they count on Natacha to poison her father." "That, as a matter of fact, is not written, and you yourself are responsible for it not being there. It does not follow any the less that Natacha Feodorovna had an understanding with the Nihilists." "That is correct, Sire." "Ah, you confess that?" "I do not confess. I simply affirm that Natacha had an understanding with the Nihilists." "Who plotted their abominable attacks against the ex governor of Moscow." "Sire, since Natacha had an understanding with the Nihilists, it was not to kill her father, but to save him. And the project of which you hold here the proofs, but of whose character you are unaware, is to end the attacks of which you speak instantly." "You say that?" "I speak the truth, Sire." "Where are the proofs? Show me your papers." "I have none. I have only my word." "That is not sufficient." "It will be sufficient once you have heard me." "I listen." "Sire, before revealing to you a secret on which depends the life of General Trebassof, you must permit me some questions. Your Majesty holds the life of the general very dear?" "What has that to do with it?" "Pardon. I desire that Your Majesty assure me on that point." "The general has protected my throne. He has saved the Empire from one of the greatest dangers that it has ever run. If the servant who has done such a service should be rewarded by death, by the punishment that the enemies of my people prepare for him in darkness, I should never forgive myself. There have been too many martyrs already." "You have replied to me, Sire, in such a way that you make me understand there is no sacrifice, even to the sacrifice of your amour propre, the greatest a ruler can suffer, no sacrifice too dear to ransom from death one of these martyrs." "Ah, ah, these gentlemen lay down conditions to me. Money, money, they need money. And at how much did they rate the head of the general?" "Sire, that does not touch Your Majesty, and I never will come to offer you such a bargain. That matter concerns only Natacha Feodorovna, who has offered her fortune." "Her fortune? But she has nothing." "She will have one at the death of the general. Now, she engages to give it all to the Revolutionary Committee the day the general dies, if he dies a natural death." The Emperor rose, greatly agitated. "To the Revolutionary Party! What do you tell me? The fortune of the general! But these are great riches." "Sire, I have told you the secret. You alone should know it and guard it forever. And I have your sacred word that, when the hour comes, you will let the prize go where it is promised. If the general ever learns of such a thing, such a treaty, he would easily arrange that nothing should remain, and he would denounce his daughter who has saved him, and then he would promptly be the prey of his enemies and yours, from whom you wish to save him. I have told the secret not to the Emperor, but to the representative of God on the Russian earth. I have confessed it to the priest, who is bound to forget the words uttered only before God. Allow Natacha Feodorovna her own way, Sire, and her father, your servant whose life is so dear to you, is saved. At the natural death of the general his fortune will go to his daughter, who has disposed of it." Rouletabille stopped a moment to judge the effect produced. It was not good. The face of his august listener was more and more in a frown. The silence continued, and now the reporter did not dare to break it. He waited. Finally the Emperor rose and walked forward and backward across the room, deep in thought. For a moment he stopped at the window and waved paternally to the little Tsarevitch who played in the park with the Grand Duchesses. But then he returned to Rouletabille and pinched his ear. "But tell me, how have you learned all this? And who then has poisoned the general and his wife in the kiosk, if not Natacha?" "Natacha is a saint. It is nothing, Sire, that she has been raised in luxury and vows herself to misery. But it is sublime that she guards in her heart the secret of her sacrifice from everyone, and in spite of all, because secrecy is necessary and has been required of her. I see her guarding it before her father, who has been brought to believe in the dishonor of his daughter, and still to be silent when a word would have proved her innocent, guarding it face to face with her fiancé, whom she loves and repulses because marriage is forbidden to the girl who is supposed to be rich and who will be poor. Guarding it, above all, and guarding it still in the depths of the dungeon, and ready to take the road to Siberia under the accusation of assassination, because that ignominy is necessary for the safety of her father. That, Sire, oh Sire, do you see?" "But you, how have you been able to penetrate into this guarded secret?" "By watching her eyes. By observing, when she believed herself alone, the look of terror and the gleams of love. And beyond all, by looking at her when she was looking at her father. Ah, Sire, there were moments when on her mystic face one could read the wild joy and devotion of the martyr. Then, by listening and by piecing together scraps of phrases inconsistent with the idea of treachery, but which immediately acquired a meaning if one thought of the opposite, of sacrifice. And that is it, Sire. Consider always the alternative motive.
What I finally could see myself, the others who had a fixed opinion about Natacha could not see. And why had they their fixed opinion? Simply because the idea of compromise with the Nihilists aroused at once the idea of complicity. For such people it is always the same thing. They never can see but the one side of a situation. But nevertheless the situation had two sides, as all situations have. The question was simple. The compromise was certain. But why had Natacha compromised herself with the Nihilists? Was it necessary in order to lose her father? Might it not be, on the contrary, in order to save him? When one has rendezvous with an enemy, it is not necessarily to enter into his game. Sometimes it is to disarm him with an offer. Between these two hypotheses, which I alone took the trouble to examine, I did not hesitate long, because Natacha's every attitude proclaimed her innocence. And her eyes, Sire, in which one read purity and love, prevailed always with me against all the passing appearances of disgrace and crime. I saw that Natacha negotiated with them. But what had she to place in the scales against the life of her father? Nothing, except the fortune that she would have one day. Some words she spoke about the impossibility of immediate marriage, about poverty which could always knock at the door of any mansion, remarks that I was able to overhear between Natacha and Boris Mourazoff, which to him meant nothing, put me definitely on the right road. And I was not long in ascertaining that the negotiations in this formidable affair were taking place in the very house of Trebassof. Pursued without by the incessant spying of Koupriane, who sought to surprise her in company with the Nihilists, watched closely too by the jealous supervision of Boris, who was jealous of Michael Nikolaievitch, she had to seize the only opportunities possible for such negotiations, at night, in her own home, the sole place where by the very audacity of it she was able to play her part in any security. Michael Nikolaievitch knew Annouchka. There was certainly the point of departure for the negotiations which that felon officer, traitor to all sides, worked at will toward the realization of his own infamous project. I do not think that Michael ever confided to Natacha that he was, from the very first, the instrument of the revolutionaries. Natacha, who sought to get in touch with the revolutionary party, had to entrust him with a correspondence for Annouchka, following which he assumed direction of the affair, deceiving the Nihilists, who, in their absolute penury, following the revolt, had been seduced by the proposition of General Trebassof's daughter, and deceiving Natacha, whom he pretended to love and by whom he believed himself loved. At this point in the affair, Natacha came to understand that it was necessary to propitiate Michael Nikolaievitch, her indispensable intermediary, and she managed to do it so well that Boris Mourazoff felt the blackest jealousy. On his side, Michael came to believe that Natacha would have no other husband than himself, but he did not propose to marry a penniless girl. And fatally it followed that Natacha, in that infernal intrigue, negotiated for the life of her father through the agency of a man who underhandedly sought to strike at the general himself, because the immediate death of her father before the negotiation was completed would enrich Natacha, who had given Michael so much to hope. That frightful tragedy, Sire, in which we have lived our most painful hours, appeared to me, confident of Natacha's innocence, as absolutely simple as for the others it seemed complicated. Natacha believed she had in Michael Nikolaievitch a man who worked for her, but he worked only for himself. The day that I was convinced of it, Sire, by my examination of the approach to the balcony, I had a mind to warn Natacha, to go to her and say, "Get rid of that man, he will betray you. If you need an agent, I am at your service." But that day at Krestowski, destiny prevented my rejoining Natacha, and I must attribute it to destiny, which would not permit the loss of that man. Michael Nikolaievitch, who was a traitor, was too much in the combination, and if he had been rejected he would have ruined everything. I caused him to disappear. The great misfortune, then, was that Natacha, holding me responsible for the death of a man she believed innocent, never wished to see me again, and, when she did see me, refused to have any conversation with me because I proposed that I take Michael's place for her with the revolutionaries. She would have nothing to do with me in order to protect her secret. Meantime, the Nihilists believed they were betrayed by Natacha when they learned of the death of Michael, and they undertook to avenge him. They seized Natacha and bore her off by force. The unhappy girl learned then, that same evening, of the attack which destroyed the datcha, and happily still spared her father. This time she reached a definite understanding with the revolutionary party. Her bargain was made. I offer you for proof of it only her attitude when she was arrested, and, even in that moment, her sublime silence. While Rouletabille urged his view, the Emperor let him talk on, and now his eyes were dim.
Is it possible that Natacha has not been the accomplice in all of Michael Nikolaievitch?" he demanded. "It was she who opened her father's house to him that night. If she was not his accomplice, she would have mistrusted him, she would have watched him." "Sire, Michael Nikolaievitch was a very clever man. He knew so well how to play upon Natacha and Annouchka, in whom she placed all her hope. It was from Annouchka that she wished to hold the life of her father. It was the word, the signature of Annouchka that she demanded before giving her own. The evening Michael Nikolaievitch died, he was charged to bring her that signature. I know it myself because, pretending drunkenness, I was able to overhear enough of a conversation between Annouchka and a man whose name I must conceal. Yes, that last evening, Michael Nikolaievitch, when he entered the datcha, had the signature in his pocket, but also he carried the weapon or the poison with which he already had attempted, and was resolved to reach the father of her whom he believed was assuredly to be his wife." "You speak now of a paper, very precious, that I regret not to possess, monsieur," said the Tsar coldly, "because that paper alone would have proved to me the innocence of your protégé." "If you have it not, Sire, you know well that it is because I have wished you to have it. The corpse had been searched by Katharina, the little Bohemian, and I, Sire, prevented Koupriane from finding that signature in Katharina's possession. In saving the secret, I have saved General Trebassof's life, who would have preferred to die rather than accept such an arrangement." The Tsar stopped Rouletabille in his enthusiastic outburst. "All that would be very beautiful and perhaps admirable," said he, more and more coldly, because he had entirely recovered himself, "if Natacha had not herself, with her own hand, poisoned her father and her stepmother, always with arsenate of soda." "Oh, some of that had been left in the house," replied Rouletabille. "They had not given me all of it for the analysis after the first attempt. But Natacha is innocent of that, Sire. I swear it to you. As true as that I have certainly escaped being hanged." "How hanged?" "Oh, it has not amounted to much now, Your Majesty." And Rouletabille recounted his sinister adventure up to the moment of his death, or rather, up to the moment when he had believed he was going to die. The Emperor listened to the young reporter with complete stupefaction. He murmured, "Poor lad." Then suddenly, "But how have you managed to escape them?" "Sire, they have given me 24 hours for you to set Natacha at liberty, that is to say, that you restore her to her rights, all her rights, and she to be always the recognized heiress of Trebassof. Do you understand me, Sire?" "I will understand you, perhaps, when you have explained to me how Natacha has not poisoned her father and stepmother." "There are some things so simple, Sire, that one is able to think of them only with a rope around one's neck. But let us reason it out. We have here 4 persons, 2 of whom have been poisoned, and the other 2 with them have not been. Now, it is certain that of the 4 persons the general has not wished to poison himself, that his wife has not wished to poison the general, and that as for me, I have not wished to poison anybody. That, if we are absolutely sure of it, leaves as the poisoner only Natacha. That is so certain, so inevitable, that there is only one case, one alone, where, in such conditions, Natacha would not be regarded as the poisoner." "I confess that logically I do not see," said the Tsar, "anything beyond that but more and more of a tangle. What is it?" "Logically, the only case would be that where no one had been poisoned, that is to say, where no one had taken any poison." "But the presence of the poison has been established," cried the Emperor. "Still, the presence of the poison proves only its presence, not the crime. Both poison and ipecac were found in the stomach expulsions, from which a crime has been concluded. What state of affairs was necessary for there to have been no crime? Simply that the poison should have appeared in the expulsions after the ipecac. Then there would have been no poisoning, but everybody would believe that there had been. And for that, someone would have poured the poison into the expulsions." The Tsar never quitted Rouletabille's eyes. "That is extraordinary," said he, "but of course it is possible. In any case, it is still only a hypothesis. And so long as it could be an hypothesis that no one thought of it, it could be just that, Sire. But if I am here, it is because I have the proof that that hypothesis corresponds to the reality. That necessary proof of Natacha's innocence, Your Majesty, I have found with the rope around my neck. Ah, I tell you, it was time. What has hindered us hitherto, I do not say to realize, but even to think of that hypothesis. Simply that we thought the illness of the general had commenced before the absorption of the ipecac, since Matrena Petrovna had been obliged to go for it to her medicine closet after his illness commenced, in order to counteract the poison of which she also appeared to be the victim. But if I acquire proof that Matrena Petrovna had the ipecac at hand before the sickness, my hypothesis of pretense at poisoning has irresistible force. Because if it was not to use it before, why did she have it with her before? And if it was not that she wished to hide the fact that she had used it before, why did she wish to make believe that she went to find it afterwards? Then, in order to show Natacha's innocence, here is what must be proved: that Matrena Petrovna had the ipecac on her, even when she went to look for it. "Young Rouletabille, I hardly breathe," said the Tsar. "Breathe, Sire. The proof is here. Matrena Petrovna necessarily had the ipecac on her because after the sickness she had not the time for going to find it. Do you understand, Sire? Between the moment when she fled from the kiosk and when she returned there, she had not the actual time to go to her medicine chest to find the ipecac." "How have you been able to compute the time?" asked the Emperor. "Sire, the Lord God directed, who made me admire Feodor Feodorovitch's watch just when we went to read, and to read on the dial of that watch 2 minutes to the hour, and the Lord God directed yet, who, after the scene of the poison, at the time Matrena returned carrying the ipecac publicly, made the hour strike from that watch in the general's pocket. 2 minutes. It was impossible for Matrena to have covered that distance in 2 minutes. She could only have entered the deserted datcha and left it again instantly. She had not taken the trouble to mount to the floor above, where, she told us and repeated when she returned, the ipecac was in the medicine closet. She lied. And if she lied, all is explained. It was the striking of a watch, Sire, with a striking apparatus and a sound like the general's, there in the quarters of the revolutionaries, that roused my memory and indicated to me in a second this argument of the time. I got down from my gallows scaffold, Your Majesty, to experiment on that time limit. Oh, nothing and nobody could have prevented my making that experiment before I died, to prove to myself that Rouletabille had all along been right. I had studied the grounds around the datcha enough to be perfectly exact about the distances. I found in the court where I was to be hanged the same number of steps that there were from the kiosk to the steps of the veranda, and as the staircase of the revolutionaries had fewer steps, I lengthened my journey a few steps by walking around a chair. Finally, I attended to the opening and closing of the doors that Matrena would have had to do. I had looked at a watch when I started. When I returned, Sire, and looked at the watch again, I had taken 3 minutes to cover the distance, and it is not for me to boast, but I am a little livelier than the excellent Matrena. Matrena had lied. Matrena had simulated the poisoning of the general. Matrena had coolly poured ipecac into the general's glass while we were illustrating with matches a curious enough theory of the nature of the constitution of the empire. "But this is abominable," cried the Emperor, this time definitely convinced by the intricate argument of Rouletabille. "And what end could this imitation serve?" "The end of preventing the real crime. The end that she believed herself to have attained, Sire, to have Natacha removed forever, Natacha whom she believed capable of any crime." "Oh, this is monstrous. Feodor Feodorovitch has often told me that Matrena loved Natacha sincerely." "She loved her sincerely up to the day that she believed her guilty. Matrena Petrovna was sure of Natacha's complicity in Michael Nikolaievitch's attempt to poison the general. I shared her stupor, her despair, when Feodor Feodorovitch took his daughter in his arms after that tragic night and embraced her. He seemed to absolve her. It was then that Matrena resolved within herself to save the general in spite of himself. But I remained persuaded that if she had dared such a plan against Natacha, it would only be because of what she believed definite proof of her stepdaughter's infamy. These papers, Sire, that you have shown me, and which show, if nothing more, an understanding between Natacha and the revolutionaries, could only have been in the possession of Michael or of Natacha. Nothing was found in Michael's quarters. Tell me, then, that Matrena found them in Natacha's apartment. Then she did not hesitate." "If one outlined her crime to her, do you believe she would confess it?" asked the Emperor. "I am so sure of it that I have had her brought here. By now Koupriane should be here at the chateau with Matrena Petrovna." "You think of everything, monsieur." The Tsar moved to ring a bell. Rouletabille raised his hand. "Not yet, Sire. I ask that you permit me not to be present at the confusion of that brave, heroic, good woman who has loved me much.
But before I go, Sire, do you promise me?" The Emperor believed that he had not heard correctly, or did not grasp the meaning. He repeated what Rouletabille had said. The young reporter repeated it once more. "Do you promise?" "No, Sire, I am not mad. I dare to ask you that. I have confided my honor to Your Majesty. I have told you Natacha's secret. Well, now, before Matrena's confession, I dare to ask you, promise me to forget that secret. It will not suffice merely to give Natacha back again to her father. It is necessary to leave her course open to her, if you really wish to save General Trebassof. What do you decide, Sire?" "It is the first time anyone has questioned me, monsieur." "Ah, well, it will be the last. But I humbly beg Your Majesty to reply." "That would be many millions given to the revolution." "Oh, Sire, they are not given yet. The general is 65, but he has many years ahead of him, if you wish it. By the time he dies a natural death, if you wish it, your enemies will have disarmed." "My enemies," murmured the Tsar in a low voice. "No, no, my enemies will never disarm. Who then will be able to disarm them?" added he melancholily, shaking his head. "Progress, Sire, if you wish it." The Tsar turned red and looked at the audacious young man, who met the gaze of His Majesty frankly. "It is kind of you to say that, my young friend, but you speak as a child." "As a child of France to the father of the Russian people." It was said in a voice so solemn and at the same time so naively touching that the Tsar started. He gazed again for some time in silence at this boy, who this time turned away his brimming eyes. "Progress and pity, Sire." "Well," said the Emperor, "it is promised." Rouletabille was not able to restrain a joyous movement hardly in keeping. "You can ring now, Sire." And the Tsar rang. The reporter passed into a little salon, where he found the Marshal, Koupriane, and Matrena Petrovna, who was in a state. She threw a suspicious glance at Rouletabille, who was not treated this morning as the dear little domovoi duke. She permitted herself to be conducted, already trembling, before the Emperor. "What happened?" asked Koupriane agitatedly. "It so happened, my dear Monsieur Koupriane, that I have the pardon of the Emperor for all the crimes you have charged against me, and that I wish to shake hands before I go, without any rancor. Monsieur Koupriane, the Emperor will tell you himself that General Trebassof is saved, and that his life will never be in danger any more. Do you know what follows? It follows that you must at once set Mathieu free, whom I have taken, if you remember, under my protection. Tell him that he is going to make his way to France. I will find him a place on condition that he forgets certain lashes." "Such a promise, such an attitude toward me!" cried Koupriane. "But I will wait for the Emperor to tell me all these fine things. And your Natacha, what do you do with her?" "We release her also, monsieur. Natacha never has been the monster you think." "How can you say that? Someone at least is guilty." "There are two guilty. The first, Monsieur le Marechal." "What?" cried the Marshal. "Monsieur le Marechal, who had the imprudence to bring such dangerous grapes to the Datcha des Iles, and..." "And the other?" asked Koupriane, more and more anxiously. "Listen there," said Rouletabille, pointing toward the Emperor's cabinet. The sound of tears and sobs reached them. The grief and the remorse of Matrena Petrovna passed the walls of the cabinet. Koupriane was completely disconcerted. Suddenly the Emperor appeared. He was in a state of exaltation such as had never been known in him. Koupriane, dismayed, drew back. "Monsieur," said the Tsar to him, "I require that Natacha Feodorovna be here within the next 2 hours, and that she be conducted with the honors due to her rank. Natacha is innocent, and we must make reparation to her." Then, turning toward Rouletabille, "I have learned what she knows and what she owes to you. We owe to you, my young friend." The Tsar said, "My young friend." Rouletabille, at this last moment, before his departure, spoke Russian? "Then she knows nothing, Sire. That is better, Sire, because Your Majesty and me, we must forget, right from today, that we know anything." "You are right," said the Tsar thoughtfully. "But, my friend, what am I to do for you?" "Sire, one favor. Do not let me miss the train at 10:55." And he threw himself on his knees. "Remain on your knees, my friend. You are ready, thus. Monsieur le Marechal will prepare at once a brevet, which I will immediately sign. Meantime, Monsieur le Marechal, find me in my own closet one of my St. Anne's collars." And it was thus that Joseph Rouletabille of l'Epoque was created officer of St. Anne of Russia by the Emperor himself, who gave him the accolade. They combine the whole course of time in this country, thought Rouletabille, pressing his hand to his eyes to hold back the tears. For the train at 10:55 everybody had crowded at Tsarskoye Coelo station. Among those who had come from St. Petersburg to press the young reporter's hand when they learned of his impending departure were Ivan Petrovitch, the jolly counselor of the Emperor, and Athanase Georgevitch, the lively advocate so well known for his famous exploits with knife and fork. They had come naturally with all their bandages and dressings, which made them look like glorious ruins. They brought the greetings of Feodor Feodorovitch, who still had a little fever, and of Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, the Lithuanian, who had both legs broken. Even after he was in his compartment, Rouletabille had to drink his last drink of champagne. When nothing remained in the bottle and everyone had embraced and re-embraced him, as the train did not start quite yet, Athanase Georgevitch opened a second last bottle. It was then that Monsieur le Grand Marechal arrived, out of breath. They invited him to drink, and he accepted. But he had need to speak with Rouletabille in private, and he drew the reporter, after excuses, out into the corridor. "It is the Emperor himself who has sent me," said the high dignitary with emotion. "He has sent me about the eiderdowns. You forgot to explain the eiderdowns to him." "Niet," replied Rouletabille, laughing. "That is nothing. Nichevo. His Majesty's eiderdowns are of the finest eider, as one of the feathers that you have shown me demonstrates. Well, open them now. They are a cheap imitation, as the second feather proves. The return of the false eiderdowns before evening proves then that they hoped the substitution would pass undetected. That is all. Caracho. Collapse of the hoax. Your health. Vive le Tsar. Caracho, Caracho." The locomotive was puffing when a couple were seen running, a man and a woman. It was Monsieur and Madame Gounsovski. Gounsovski stood on the running board. "Madame Gounsovski has insisted upon shaking hands. You are very congenial." "Compliments, madame."
Tell me, young man, you did wrong to fail dinner at my house yesterday."
"I would have certainly escaped a disagreeable little journey into Finland. I do not regret it, monsieur." The train trembled and moved. They cried, "Vive la France! Vive la Russe!" Athanase Georgevitch wept. Matrena Petrovna, at a window of the station whither she had timidly retired, waved a handkerchief to the little domovoi Doukh, who had made her see everything in the right light, and whom she did not dare to embrace after the terrible affair of the false poison and the Tsar's anger. The reporter threw her a respectful kiss. As he said to Gounsovski, there was nothing to be regretted. All the same, as the train took its way toward the frontier, Rouletabille threw himself back on the cushions and said, "Oof!" End of Chapter 19. End of The Secret of the Night, by Gaston LEROUX. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.